Section 24 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Adventure of the Caliph Haroon al-Rusheed. The Caliph Haroon al-Rusheed was one day suffering from depression of spirits, when his faithful and favourite Grand Vizier Ja'afir came to him, this minister finding him alone, which was seldom the case, and perceiving as he approached that he was in a very melancholy humour, and never lifted up his eyes, stopped till he should vouchsafe to look at him. At last the Caliph turned his eyes towards him, but presently withdrew them again, and remained in the same posture motionless as before. The Grand Vizier, observing nothing in the Caliph's eyes which regarded him personally, took the liberty to speak to him, and said, "Commander of the Faithful, will your Majesty give me leave to ask whence proceeds this melancholy, of which you always seemed to me so little susceptible?" "Indeed, Vizier," answered the Caliph, brightening up his countenance, "I am very little subject to it, and had not perceived it but for you. But I will remain no longer in this hippish mood. If no new affair brought you hither, you will gratify me by inventing something to dispel it." "Commander of the Faithful," replied the Grand Vizier, "my duty obliged me to wait on you, and I take the liberty to remind your Majesty that this is the day which you have appointed to inform yourself of the good government of your capital and its environs, and this occasion very opportunely presents itself to dispel those clouds which obscure your natural gaiety." "You do well to remind me," replied the Caliph, "for I had entirely forgotten it. Go and change your dress, while I do the same." They each put on the habit of a foreign merchant, and under that disguise went out by a private door of the palace garden, which led into the country. After they had gone round part of the city to the banks of the Euphrates, at some distance from the walls, without having observed anything disorderly, they crossed the river in the first boat they met, and making a tour on the other side, crossed the bridge, which formed the communication betwixt the two parts of the town. At the foot of this bridge they met an old blind man, who asked alms of them. The Caliph turned about and put a piece of gold into his hand. The blind man instantly caught hold of his hand and stopped him. "Charitable person," said he, "whoever you are, whom God hath inspired to bestow alms on me, do not refuse the favour I ask of you, to give me a box on the ear, for I deserve that and a greater punishment." Having thus spoken, he let the Caliph's hand go, that he might strike, but for fear he should pass on without doing it, held him fast by his clothes. The Caliph, surprised both at the words and action of the blind man, said, "I cannot comply with your request. I will not lessen the merit of my charity by treating you as you would have me." After these words he endeavoured to get away from the blind man. The blind man, who expected this reluctance of his benefactor, exerted himself to detain him. "Sir," said he, "forgive my boldness and importunity. I desire you would either give me a box on the ear, or take your alms back again, for I cannot receive it but on that condition, without breaking a solemn oath which I have sworn to God; and if you knew the reason, you would agree with me that the punishment is very slight." The Caliph, unwilling to be detained any longer, yielded to the importunity of the blind man, and gave him a very slight blow, whereupon he immediately let him go, thanked and blessed him. When the Caliph and Vizier had got some small distance from the blind man, the Caliph said to Ja'afir, "This blind man must certainly have some very uncommon reasons which make him behave himself in this manner to all who give him alms. I should be glad to know them. Therefore return, tell him who I am, and bid him not fail to come to my palace about prayer time in the afternoon of tomorrow, that I may have some conversation with him." The Grand Vizier returned, bestowed his alms on the blind man, and after he had given him a box on the ear, told him the Caliph's order, and then returned to the Caliph. When they came into the town, they found in the square a great crowd of spectators, looking at a handsome, well-shaped young man, who was mounted on a mare, which he drove and urged full speed round the place, spurring and whipping the poor creature so barbarously that she was all over sweat and blood. The Caliph, amazed at the inhumanity of the rider, stopped to ask the people if they knew why he used the mare so ill, but could learn nothing, except that for some time past he had every day at the same hour treated her in the same manner. As they went along, the Caliph bade the Grand Vizier take particular notice of the place, and not fail to order the young man to attend the next day at the hour appointed to the blind man. But before the Caliph got to his palace, he observed in a street, which he had not passed through a long time before, an edifice newly built, which seemed to him to be the palace of some one of the great lords of the court. He asked the Grand Vizier if he knew to whom it belonged, who answered he did not, but would inquire, and thereupon asked a neighbour, who told him that the house was that of one Khaujeh Hassan, surnamed Al-Hubal, on account of his original trade of rope making, which he had seen him work at himself when poor; that without knowing how fortune had favoured him, he supposed he must have acquired great wealth, as he defrayed honourably and splendidly the expenses he had been at in building. The Grand Vizier rejoined the Caliph, and gave him a full account of what he had heard. "I must see this fortunate rope maker," said the Caliph. "Therefore go and tell him to come to my palace at the same hour you have ordered the other two." Accordingly the vizier obeyed. The next day, after afternoon prayers, the Caliph retired to his own apartment, when the Grand Vizier introduced the three persons we have been speaking of, and presented them to the Caliph. They all three prostrated themselves before the throne, and when they rose up, the Caliph asked the blind man his name, who answered it was Baba Abdullah. "Baba Abdullah," replied the Caliph, "your manner of asking alms seemed so strange to me yesterday, that if it had not been for some private considerations, I should not have complied with your request, but should have prevented you from giving any more offence to the public. I ordered you to come hither to know from yourself what could have induced you to make the indiscreet oath you told me of, that I may judge whether you have done well, and if I ought to suffer you to continue a practice that appears to me to set so ill an example. Tell me freely how so extravagant a thought came into your head, and do not disguise anything from me, for I will absolutely know the truth." Baba Abdullah, intimidated by this reprimand, cast himself a second time at the foot of the Caliph's throne, with his face to the ground, and when he rose up, said, "Commander of the faithful, I most humbly ask your majesty's pardon for my presumption in daring to have required and almost forced you to do a thing which indeed appears so contrary to reason. I acknowledge my offence, but as I did not then know your majesty, I implore your clemency, and hope you will consider my ignorance. As to the extravagance of my action, I own it, and own also that it must seem strange to mankind, but in the eye of God it is a slight penance I have enjoined myself for an enormous crime of which I have been guilty, and for which, if all the people in the world were each to give me a box on the ear, it would not be a sufficient atonement. Your majesty will judge of this yourself, when, in telling my story in obedience to your commands, I shall inform you what that heinous crime was." End of section 24. Section 25 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Adventure of the Caliph Haroon Rusheed, Part 2. The Story of Baba Abdullah. Commander of the Faithful, I was born at Bagdad, had a moderate fortune left me by my father and mother, who died within a few days of each other. Though I was then but young, I did not squander away my fortune as most young men do, in idle expenses and debauchery. On the contrary, I neglected no opportunity to increase it by my industry. At last I became rich enough to purchase 80 camels, which I let out to merchants for caravans, who paid me well for every journey I went with them throughout the extent of your majesty's dominions. In the midst of this prosperity, and with an ardent desire of growing much richer, as I was returning one day with my camels unloaded from Bussorah, whither I had carried some bales that were to be embarked for the Indies, I met with good pasturage at some distance from any habitation, made a halt, and let my beasts graze for some time. While I was seated, a dervish, who was walking to Bussorah, came and sat down by me to rest himself. I asked him whence he came, and where he was going. He put the same questions to me, and when we had satisfied each other's curiosity, we produced our provisions and ate together. During our repast, after we had talked on many indifferent subjects, the dervish told me that he knew of a spot a small distance from thence, where there were such immense riches, that if all my 80 camels were loaded with the gold and jewels that might be taken from it, they would not be missed. This intelligence surprised and charmed me, and I was so overjoyed that I could scarcely contain myself. I could not believe that the dervish was capable of telling me a falsehood. Therefore I fell upon his neck, and said, "Good dervish, I know you value not the riches of this world. Therefore, of what service can the knowledge of this treasure be to you? You are alone, and cannot carry much of it away. Show me where it is. I will load all my camels, and as an acknowledgment of the favour done me, will present you with one of them." Indeed, I offered very little, but after he had communicated the secret to me, my desire of riches was become so violent, that I thought it a great deal, and looked upon the 79 camel loads which I reserved for myself as nothing in comparison of what I allowed him. The dervish, though he saw my avarice, was not, however, angry at the unreasonable return I proposed to make him, but replied without the least concern, "You are sensible, brother, that what you offer me is not proportionable to the valuable favour you ask of me. I might have chosen whether I would communicate my secret to you or not, and have kept the treasure to myself, but what I have told you is sufficient to show my good intentions. It is in my power to oblige you, and make both our fortunes. I have, however, another proposition more just and equitable to make to you. It lies in your own breast whether or no you will agree to it. You say," continued the dervish, "that you have 80 camels. I am ready to conduct you to the place where the treasure lies, and we will load them with as much jewels and gold as they can carry, on condition that when they are so loaded, you will let me have 1/2, and you be contented with the other; after which we will separate, and take our camels where we may think fit. You see there is nothing but what is strictly equitable in this division; for if you give me 40 camels, you will procure by my means wherewithal to purchase thousands." I could not but agree there was a great deal of justice in what the dervish said; but without considering what riches I should gain in accepting of the condition he proposed, I could not without reluctance think of parting with my 40 camels, especially when I reflected that the dervish would then be as rich as myself. Avarice made me unmindful that I was beforehand making an ungrateful return for a favour purely gratuitous. But there was no time to hesitate. I must either accept of the proposal, or resolve to repent all my lifetime of losing by my own fault an opportunity of obtaining an immense fortune. That instant I collected all my camels, and after we had travelled some time, we came into a valley, the pass into which was so narrow that 2 camels could not go abreast. The 2 mountains which bounded this valley formed nearly a circle, but were so high, craggy, and steep, that there was no fear of our being seen by anybody. When we came between these 2 mountains, the dervish said to me, "Stop your camels, make them kneel, that we may load them the easier, and I will proceed to discover the treasure." I did as the dervish directed, and going to him soon after, found him with a match in one hand, gathering sticks to light a fire, which he had no sooner done than he cast some incense into it, and pronouncing certain words which I did not understand, there presently arose a thick cloud. He divided this cloud, when the rock, though of a prodigious perpendicular height, opened like 2 folding doors, and exposed to view a magnificent palace in the hollow of the mountain, which I supposed to be rather the workmanship of genii than of men, for man could hardly have attempted such a bold and surprising work. But this, I must tell your majesty, was an afterthought, which did not occur to me at the moment. So eager was I for the treasures which displayed themselves to my view, that I did not even stop to admire the magnificent columns and arcades which I saw on all sides, and without attention to the regularity with which the treasures were ranged, like an eagle seizing her prey, I fell upon the first heap of golden coin that was near me. My sacks were all large, and with my good will I would have filled them all, but I was obliged to proportion my burden to the strength of my camels. The dervish did the same, but I perceived he paid more attention to the jewels, and when he told me the reason, I followed his example, so that we took away much more jewels than gold. When we had filled our sacks and loaded our camels, we had nothing left to do but to shut up the treasure and go our way. But before we parted, the dervish went again into the treasury, where there were a great many wrought vessels of gold of different forms. I observed that he took out of one of these vessels a little box of a certain wood, which I knew not, and put it into his breast, but first shewed me that it contained only a kind of glutinous ointment. The dervish used the same incantations to shut the treasury as he had done to open it, and after he pronounced certain words, the doors closed, and the rock seemed as solid and entire as before. We now divided our camels. I put myself at the head of the 40 which I had reserved for myself, and the dervish placed himself at the head of the rest which I had given him. We came out of the valley by the way we had entered, and travelled together till we came to the great road, where we were to part, the dervish to go to Bussorah, and I to Bagdad. To thank him for so great a kindness, I made use of the most expressive terms, testifying my gratitude for the preference he had given me before all other men, in letting me have a share of such riches. We embraced each other with great joy, and taking our leave, pursued our different routes. I had not gone far, following my camels, which paced quietly on in the track I had put them into, before the demon of ingratitude and envy took possession of my heart, and I deplored the loss of my other 40, but much more the riches wherewith they were loaded. "The dervish," said I to myself, "has no occasion for all this wealth, since he is master of the treasure, and may have as much as he pleases." So I gave myself up to the blackest ingratitude, and determined immediately to take the camels, with their loading, from him. To execute this design, I first stopped my own camels, then ran after the dervish, and called to him as loud as I could, giving him to understand that I had something material to say to him, and made a sign to him to stop, which he accordingly did. When I came up to him, I said, "Brother, I had no sooner parted from you, but a thought came into my head, which neither of us had reflected on before. You are a recluse dervish, used to live in tranquillity, disengaged from all the cares of the world, and intent only upon serving God. You know not, perhaps, what trouble you have taken upon yourself
to take care of so many camels. If you would take my advice, you would keep but 30. You will find them sufficiently troublesome to manage. Take my word, I have had experience." "I believe you are right," replied the dervish, who found he was not able to contend with me. "I own I never thought of this. I begin already to be uneasy at what you have stated. Choose which 10 you please, and take them, and go on in God's keeping." I set 10 apart, and after I had driven them off, I put them in the road to follow my others. I could not have imagined that the dervish would be so easily persuaded to part with his camels, which increased my covetousness, and made me flatter myself that it would be no hard matter to get 10 more. Wherefore, instead of thanking him for his present, I said to him again, "Brother, the interest I take in your repose is so great, that I cannot resolve to part from you without desiring you to consider once more how difficult a thing it is to govern 30 loaded camels, especially for you who are not used to such work. You will find it much better to return me as many more back as you have done already. What I tell you is not for my own sake and interest, but to do you the greater kindness. Ease yourself then of the camels, and leave them to me, who can manage 100 as well as 1. My discourse had the desired effect upon the dervish, who gave me without any hesitation the other 10 camels, so that he had but 20 left, and I was master of 60, and might boast of greater riches than any sovereign princes. Any one would have thought I should now have been content; but as a person afflicted with a dropsy, the more he drinks the more thirsty he is, so I became more greedy, and desirous of the other 20 camels. I redoubled my solicitations and importunities to make the dervish condescend to grant me 10 of the 20, which he did with a good grace; and as to the other 10 he had left, I embraced him, kissed his feet, and caressed him, conjuring him not to refuse me, but to complete the obligation I should ever have to him, so that at length he crowned my joy by giving me them also. "Make a good use of them, brother," said the dervish, "and remember that God can take away riches as well as give them, if we do not assist the poor, whom he suffers to be in want, on purpose that the rich may merit by their charity a recompense in the other world." My infatuation was so great that I could not profit by such wholesome advice. I was not content though I had my 40 camels again, and knew they were loaded with an inestimable treasure, but a thought came into my head, that the little box of ointment, which the dervish shewed me, had something in it more precious than all the riches which I was obliged to him for. The place from whence the dervish took it, said I to myself, and his care to secure it, makes me believe there is something mysterious in it. This determined me to obtain it. I had just embraced him and bade him adieu, but as I turned about from him, I said, "What will you do with that little box of ointment? It seems such a trifle, it is not worth your carrying away. I entreat you to make me a present of it. For what occasion has a dervish as you are, who has renounced the vanities of the world, for perfumes or scented ointments?" Would to heaven he had refused me that box; but if he had, I was stronger than he, and resolved to have taken it from him by force, that for my complete satisfaction it might not be said he had carried away the smallest part of the treasure. The dervish, far from denying me, readily pulled it out of his bosom, and presenting it to me with the best grace in the world, said, "Here, take it, brother, and be content. If I could do more for you, you needed but to have asked me. I should have been ready to satisfy you." When I had the box in my hand, I opened it, and looking at the ointment, said to him, "Since you are so good, I am sure you will not refuse me the favour to tell me the particular use of this ointment." "The use is very surprising and wonderful," replied the dervish. If you apply a little of it round the left eye and upon the lid, you will see at once all the treasures contained in the bosom of the earth; but if you apply it to the right eye, it will make you blind. I would make the experiment myself. Take the box, said I to the dervish, and apply some to my left eye. You understand how to do it better than I, and I long to experience what seems so incredible. Accordingly, I shut my left eye, and the dervish took the trouble to apply the unguent. I opened my eye, and was convinced he had told me the truth. I saw immense treasures, and such prodigious riches, so diversified, that it is impossible for me to give an account of them. But as I was obliged to keep my right eye shut with my hand, and that tired me, I desired the dervish to apply some of the pomatum to that eye. I am ready to do it, said the dervish, but you must remember what I told you, that if you put any of it upon your right eye, you would immediately be blind. Such is the virtue of the ointment. Far from being persuaded of the truth of what the dervish said, I imagined, on the contrary, that there was some new mystery which he meant to hide from me. Brother, replied I, smiling, I see plainly you wish to mislead me. It is not natural that this ointment should have two such contrary effects. The matter is as I tell you, replied the dervish, taking the name of God to bear witness. You ought to believe me, for I cannot disguise the truth. I would not believe the dervish, who spoke like an honest man. My insurmountable desire of seeing at my will all the treasures in the world, and perhaps of enjoying those treasures to the extent I coveted, had such an effect upon me, that I could not hearken to his remonstrances, nor be persuaded of what was however but too true. As to my lasting misfortune I soon experienced. I persuaded myself that if the ointment, by being applied to the left eye, had the virtue of showing me all the treasures of the earth, by being applied to the right, it might have the power of putting them in my disposal. Possessed with this thought, I obstinately pressed the dervish to apply the ointment to my right eye, but he as positively refused. Brother, said he, after I have done you so much service, I cannot resolve to do you so great an injury. Consider with yourself what a misfortune it is to be deprived of one's eyesight. Do not reduce me to the hard necessity of obliging you in a thing which you will repent of all your life. I persisted in my obstinacy, and said to him in strong terms, Brother, I earnestly desire you to lay aside all your difficulties. You have granted me most generously all that I have asked of you hitherto, and would you have me go away dissatisfied with you at last about a thing of so little consequence? For God's sake, grant me this last favour. Whatever happens, I will not lay the blame on you, but take it upon myself alone. The dervish made all the resistance possible, but seeing that I was able to force him to do it, he said, Since you will absolutely have it so, I will satisfy you. And thereupon he took a little of the fatal ointment, and applied it to my right eye, which I kept shut. But alas! when I came to open it, I could distinguish nothing with either eye but thick darkness, and became blind as you see me now. Ah, dervish, I exclaimed in agony, what you forewarned me of has proved but too true. Fatal curiosity, added I, insatiable desire of riches, into what an abyss of miseries have they cast me! I am now sensible what a misfortune I have brought upon myself. But you, dear brother, cried I, addressing myself to the dervish, who are so charitable and good, among the many wonderful secrets you are acquainted with, have you not one to restore to me my sight again? Miserable wretch, answered the dervish, if you would have been advised by me, you would have avoided this misfortune. But you have your deserts. The blindness of your mind was the cause of the loss of your eyes. It is true I have secrets, some of which, during the short time we have been together, you have by my liberality witnessed, but I have none to restore to you your sight. Pray to God, therefore, if you believe there is one. It is he alone that can restore it to you. He gave you riches of which you were unworthy, on that account takes them from you again, and will by my hands give them to men not so ungrateful as yourself." The dervish said no more, and I had nothing to reply. He left me to myself, overwhelmed with confusion, and plunged in inexpressible grief. After he had collected my camels, he drove them away, and pursued the road to Bussorah. I cried out loudly as he was departing, and entreated him not to leave me in that miserable condition, but to conduct me at least to the first caravanserai. But he was deaf to my prayers and entreaties. Thus deprived of sight and all I had in the world, I should have died with affliction and hunger, if the next day a caravan returning from Bussorah had not received me charitably, and brought me back to Bagdad. After this manner was I reduced without remedy from a condition worthy the envy of princes for riches and magnificence, though not for power, to beggary without resource. I had no other way to subsist but by asking charity, which I have done till now. But to expiate my offence against God, I enjoined myself, by way of penance, a box on the ear from every charitable person who should commiserate my condition. This, commander of the faithful, is the motive which seemed so strange to your majesty yesterday, and for which I ought to incur your indignation. I ask your pardon once more as your slave, and submit to receive the chastisement I deserve. And if you vouchsafe to pronounce anything beyond the penance I have imposed upon myself, I am ready to undergo it, since I am persuaded you must think it too slight and much too little for my crime." The blind man having concluded his story, the caliph said, "Baba Abdullah, your sin has been great, but God be praised, you feel the enormity of your guilt, and your penance proves your repentance. You must continue it, not ceasing to ask of God pardon in every prayer your religion obliges you to say daily. But that you may not be prevented from your devotions by the care of getting your living, I will settle a charity on you during your life, of 4 silver dirhams a day, which my grand vizier shall give you daily with the penance. Therefore do not go away, but wait till he has executed my orders." At these words, Baba Abdullah prostrated himself before the caliph's throne, returned him thanks, and wished him all happiness and prosperity. The caliph, very well satisfied with the story of Baba Abdullah and the dervish, addressed himself to the young man who used his mare so ill, and asked him his name, to which he replied it was Syed Naomaun. "Syed Naomaun," resumed the caliph, "I have seen horses exercised all my life, and have often exercised them myself, but never in so barbarous a manner as you yesterday treated your mare in the full square, to the great offence of all the spectators, who murmured loudly at your conduct. I myself was not less displeased, and had nearly, contrary to my intention, discovered who I was, to have punished your cruelty. By your air and behaviour you do not seem to be a barbarous or cruel man, and therefore I would fain believe that you had reason for what you did, since I am informed that this was not the first time, but that you practise the same treatment every day. I would know what is the cause, and sent for you for that purpose, that you should tell me the truth, and disguise nothing from me." Syed Naomaun understood what the caliph demanded of him. The relation was painful to him. He changed colour several times, and could not help showing how greatly he was embarrassed. However, he must resolve to tell his story; but before he spoke, he prostrated himself before the caliph's throne, and after he rose up, endeavoured to speak to satisfy the caliph, but was so confounded, not so much at the presence of the caliph as by the nature of his relation, that he was speechless. The caliph, notwithstanding his natural impatience to be obeyed, showed not the least anger at Syed Naomaun's silence. He saw plainly that he either had not assurance to speak before him, or was intimidated by the tone of his voice, or, in short, that there was something to be concealed in his story. "Syed Naomaun," said the caliph to encourage him, "recollect yourself, but tell your story as if you were speaking not to me, but to your most familiar friend. If there is anything in your relation which troubles you, and you think I may be offended at it, I pardon you beforehand. Therefore be not uneasy, but speak boldly and freely, and disguise nothing." Syed Naomaun, encouraged by these words, said, "Commander of the faithful, whatever apprehensions a man may be under at your majesty's presence, I am sensible those respectful sensations would not deprive me of the use of my speech, so as to fail in my obedience, in giving you satisfaction in any other matter but this you now ask of me. I dare not say I am the most perfect of men, yet I am not wicked enough to have committed, or to have had an intention of committing, anything against the laws to fear their severity, and yet I cannot say I am exempt from sin through ignorance. In this case I do not say that I depend upon your majesty's pardon, but will submit myself to your justice, and receive the punishment I deserve. I own that the manner in which I have for some time treated my mare, and which your majesty has witnessed, is strange, and sets an ill example; but I hope you will think the motive well grounded, and that I am more worthy of compassion than chastisement. But not to keep your majesty any longer in suspense by a long preamble, I will tell you my story." End of section 25. Section 26 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Henry. The Adventure of the Caliph Haroon a Rusheed, Part 3. The Story of Syed Naomaun. I shall not trouble your majesty with my birth, which is not illustrious enough to merit your attention. For my situation, my parents by their good economy left me enough to live on like an honest man, free from ambition, or being burdensome to any one. With these advantages, the only blessing I wanted to render my happiness complete was an amiable wife, who might share them with me, but that was a blessing it did not please God to grant me. On the contrary, it was my misfortune to have one who, the very next day after our wedding, began to exercise my patience in a manner not to be conceived by any one who has not had the same trial. As it is the custom for us to marry without seeing or knowing whom we are to espouse, your majesty is sensible that a husband has no reason to complain when he finds that the wife who has been chosen for him is not horribly ugly and deformed, and that her carriage, wit, and behaviour make amends for any slight bodily imperfections. The first time I saw my wife with her face uncovered, after she was brought home with the usual ceremonies to my house, I rejoiced to find that I had not been imposed upon in the description of her person, which pleased me, and she was perfectly agreeable to my inclination. The next day after our wedding, when our dinner was served up, which consisted of several dishes, I went into the room where the cloth was laid, and not finding my wife there, ordered her to be called. After making me wait a long time, she came. I dissembled my impatience. We sat down, and I began with the rice, which I took up as usual. On the other hand, my wife, instead of using her hand as everybody does, pulled a little case out of her pocket, and took out of it a kind of bodkin, with which she picked up the rice, and put it into her mouth, grain by grain. Surprised at this manner of eating, I said to her, "Amina," which was her name, "are you used to eat rice so in your family? Or do you do it because you are a little eater?"
Or would you count the grains, that you may not eat more at one time than another? If you do it out of frugality, or to teach me not to be extravagant, you have no reason to fear, as I can assure you we shall not ruin ourselves that way. We have, God be thanked, enough to live at our ease, without depriving ourselves of necessaries. Do not restrain yourself, my dear Amina, but eat as you see me eat." The kind manner in which I made these remonstrances might have produced some obliging answer, but she, without saying a word, continued to eat as she had begun. At last, to make me the more uneasy, she ate a grain of rice at intervals only, and instead of eating any of the other meats with me, she only now and then put some crumbs of bread into her mouth, but not so much as a sparrow would have pecked. I was much provoked at her obstinacy, but yet, to indulge and excuse her, I imagined that she had not been used to eat with men, before whom she might perhaps have been taught to restrain herself, but at the same time thought she carried it too far, out of pure simplicity. I fancied again that she might have breakfasted late, or that she might have a wish to eat alone, and more at liberty. These considerations prevented me from saying more to her then, to ruffle her temper, by showing any sign of dissatisfaction. After dinner I left her, but not with an air that showed any displeasure. At supper, and the next day, and every time we ate together, she behaved herself in the same manner. I knew it was impossible for a woman to live on so little food as she took, and that there must be some mystery in her conduct, which I did not understand. This made me resolve to dissemble. I appeared to take no notice of her actions, in hopes that time would bring her to live with me as I desired she should. But my hopes were in vain, and it was not long before I was convinced they were so. One night when Amina thought me fast asleep, she got out of bed softly, dressed herself with great precaution, not to make a noise for fear of waking me. I could not comprehend her design, but curiosity made me feign a sound sleep. As soon as she had dressed herself, she went softly out of the room. When she was gone, I arose, threw my cloak over my shoulders, and had time enough to see from a window that looked into my courtyard, that she opened the street door and went out. I immediately ran down to the door which she had left half open, and followed her by moonlight, till I saw her enter a burying ground just by our house. I got to the end of the wall, taking care not to be seen, and looking over, saw Amina with a ghoul. Your majesty knows that the ghouls of both sexes are wandering demons, which generally infest old buildings, from whence they rush out by surprise on people that pass by, kill them and eat their flesh, and for want of such prey, will sometimes go in the night into burying grounds, and feed on dead bodies which they dig up. I was struck with astonishment and horror to see my wife with this ghoul. They dug up a dead body, which had been buried but that day, and the ghoul cut off pieces of the flesh, which they ate together by the graveside, conversing during their shocking and inhuman repast. But I was too far off to hear their discourse, which must have been as strange as their meal, the remembrance of which still makes me shudder. When they had finished this horrible feast, they threw the remains of the dead body into the grave again, and filled it up with the earth which they had dug out. I left them at their work, made haste home, and leaving the door half open as I had found it, went into my chamber and to bed again, where I pretended to be fast asleep. Soon afterwards Amina returned without the least noise, undressed herself, and came to bed, rejoicing, as I imagined, that she had succeeded so well without being discovered. My mind was so full of the idea of such an abominable action as I had witnessed, that I felt great reluctance to lie by a person who could have had any share in the guilt of it, and was a long time before I could fall asleep. However, I got a short nap, but waked at the first call to public prayers at daybreak, got up, dressed myself, and went to the mosque.
After prayers I went out of the town, spent the morning in walking in the gardens, and thinking what I should do to oblige my wife to change her mode of living. I rejected all the violent measures that suggested themselves to my thoughts, and resolved to use gentle means to cure her unhappy and depraved inclination. In this state of reverie I insensibly reached home by dinner time. As soon as Amina saw me enter the house, she ordered dinner to be served up; and as I observed she continued to eat her rice in the same manner by single grains, I said to her, with all the mildness possible, "You know, Amina, what reason I had to be surprised, when the day after our marriage I saw you eat rice in so small a quantity, and in a manner which would have offended any other husband but myself. You know also I contented myself with telling you that I was uneasy at it, and desired you to eat of the other meats, which I had ordered to be dressed several ways to endeavour to suit your taste; and I am sure my table did not want for variety. But all my remonstrances have had no effect, and you persist in your sullen abstemiousness. I have said nothing, because I would not constrain you, and should be sorry that anything I now say should make you uneasy. But tell me, Amina, I conjure you, are not the meats served up at my table better than the flesh of a human corpse?" I had no sooner pronounced these words than Amina, who perceived that I had discovered her last night's horrid voraciousness with the ghoul, flew into a rage beyond imagination. Her face became as red as scarlet, her eyes ready to start out of her head, and she foamed with passion. The terrible state in which she appeared alarmed me so much, that I stood motionless, and was not able to defend myself against the horrible wickedness she meditated against me, and which will surprise your majesty. In the violence of her passion, she dipped her hand into a basin of water which stood by her, and muttering between her teeth some words which I could not hear, she threw some water in my face, and exclaimed in a furious tone, "Wretch, receive the punishment of thy prying curiosity, and become a dog." Amina, whom I did not before know to be a sorceress, had no sooner pronounced these diabolical words than I was immediately transformed into a dog. My amazement and surprise at so sudden and unexpected a metamorphosis prevented my thinking at first of providing for my safety. Availing herself of this suspense, she took up a great stick, with which she laid on me such heavy blows that I wonder they did not kill me. I thought to have escaped her rage by running into the yard, but she pursued me with the same fury, and notwithstanding all my activity, I could not avoid her blows. At last, when she was tired of running after and beating me, and enraged that she had not killed me as she desired, she thought of another method to effect her purpose. She half opened the street door, that she might endeavour to squeeze me to death, as I ran out to preserve my life. Dog as I was, I instantly perceived her pernicious design, and as present danger inspires a presence of mind, to elude her vigilance, I watched her face and motions so well, that I took my opportunity, and passed through quick enough to save myself and escape her malice, though she pinched the end of my tail. The pain I felt made me cry out and howl as I ran along the streets, which collected all the dogs about me, and I got bit by several of them; but to avoid their pursuit, I ran into the shop of a man who sold boiled sheep's heads, tongues, and feet, where I saved myself. The man at first took my part with much compassion, by driving away the dogs that followed me and would have run into his house. My first care was to creep into a corner to hide myself, but I found not the sanctuary and protection I hoped for. My host was one of those extravagantly superstitious persons who think dogs unclean creatures, and if by chance one happens to touch them in the streets, cannot use soap and water enough to wash their garments clean. After the dogs who chased me were all dispersed and gone, he did all he could to drive me out of his house, but I was concealed out of his reach, and spent that night in his shop in spite of him; and indeed I had need of rest to recover from Amina's ill treatment. Not to weary your majesty with trifling circumstances, I shall not particularize the melancholy reflections I made on my metamorphosis, but only tell you, that my host having gone out the next morning to lay in a stock of sheep's heads, tongues, and trotters, when he returned he opened his shop, and while he was laying out his goods, I crept from my corner, and got among some other dogs of the neighbourhood, who had followed my host by the scent of his meat, and surrounded the shop, in expectation of having some offal thrown to them. I joined them, and put myself among them in a begging posture. My host observing me, and considering that I had eaten nothing while I lay in the shop, distinguished me from the rest, by throwing me larger pieces of meat, and oftener than the other dogs. After he had given me as much as he thought fit, I looked at him earnestly, and wagged my tail, to shew him I begged he would repeat his favours; but he was inflexible, and opposed my entrance with a stick in his hand, and with so stern a look, that I felt myself obliged to seek a new habitation. I stopped at the shop of a baker in the neighbourhood, who was of a lively gay temper, quite the reverse of the awful butcher. He was then at breakfast, and though I made no sign that I wanted anything, threw me a piece of bread. Instead of catching it up greedily, as dogs usually do, I looked at him, moving my head and wagging my tail, to show my gratitude, at which he was pleased and smiled. Though I was not hungry, I ate the piece of bread to please him, and I ate slowly, to show him that it was out of respect to him. He observed this, and permitted me to continue near the shop. I sat down and turned myself to the street, to show him I then only wanted his protection, which he not only granted, but by his caresses encouraged me to come into the house. This I did in a way that showed it was with his leave. He was pleased, and pointed me out a place where to lie, of which I took possession, and kept while I lived with him. I was always well treated, and whenever he breakfasted, dined, or supped, I had my share of provisions, and in return I loved him and was faithful, as gratitude required of me. I always had my eyes upon him, and he scarcely stirred out of doors, or went into the city on business, but I was at his heels. I was the more exact, because I perceived my attention pleased him, for whenever he went out, without giving me time to see him, he would call Chance, which was the name he gave me. At this name I used to spring from my place, jump, caper, run before the door, and never cease fawning on him till he went out, and then I always either followed him, or ran before him, continually looking at him to show my joy. I had lived some time with this baker, when a woman came one day into the shop to buy some bread, who gave my master a piece of bad money among some good, which he returned, and requested her to exchange. The woman refused to take it again, and affirmed it to be good. The baker maintained the contrary, and in the dispute told the woman he was sure that the piece of money was so visibly bad that his dog could distinguish it, upon which he called me by name. I immediately jumped on the counter, and the baker, throwing the money down before me, said, "See, and tell me which of these pieces is bad." I looked over all the pieces of money, and then set my paw upon that which was bad, separated it from the rest, looking in my master's face, to show it him. The baker, who had only called me to banter the woman, was much surprised to see me so immediately pitch upon the bad money. The woman thus convicted had nothing to say for herself, but was obliged to give another piece instead of the bad one. As soon as she was gone, my master called in some neighbours, and enlarged very much on my capacity, telling them what had happened. The neighbours desired to make the experiment, and of all the bad money they shewed me, mixed with good, there was not one which I did not set my paw upon, and separate from the rest. The woman also failed not to tell everybody she met what had happened, so that the fame of my skill in distinguishing good money from bad was not only spread throughout the neighbourhood, but over all that part of the town, and insensibly through the whole city. I had business enough every day, for I was obliged to show my skill to all customers who came to buy bread of my master. In short, my reputation procured my master more business than he could manage, and brought him customers from the most distant parts of the town. This run of business lasted so long, that he owned to his friends and neighbours that I was a treasure to him. My little knowledge made many people envy my master's good fortune, and lay snares to steal me away, which obliged him always to keep me in his sight. One day a woman came like the rest out of curiosity to buy some bread, and seeing me sit upon the counter, threw down before me 6 pieces of money, among which was one that was bad. I separated it presently from the others, and setting my paw upon it, looked in the woman's face, as much as to say, "Is it not so?" The woman, looking at me, replied, "Yes, you are in the right, it is bad," and staying some time in the shop to look at and admire me, at last paid my master for his bread, but when she went out of the shop, made a sign, unknown to him, for me to follow her. I was always attentive to any means likely to deliver me out of so strange a metamorphosis, and had observed that the woman examined me with an extraordinary attention. I imagined that she might know something of my misfortune, and the melancholy condition I was reduced to. However, I let her go, and contented myself with looking at her. After walking 2 or 3 steps, she turned about, and seeing that I only looked at her, without stirring from my place, made me another sign to follow her. Without deliberating any longer, and observing that my master was busy cleaning his oven, and did not mind me, I jumped off the counter, and followed the woman, who seemed overjoyed. After we had gone some way, she stopped at a house, opened the door, and called to me to come in, saying, "You will not repent following me." When I had entered, she shut the door, and conducted me to her chamber, where I saw a beautiful young lady working embroidery. This lady, who was daughter to the charitable woman who had brought me from the baker's, was a very skilful enchantress, as I found afterwards. "Daughter," said the mother, "I have brought you the much talked of baker's dog, that can tell good money from bad. You know I gave you my opinion respecting him when I first heard of him, and told you I fancied he was a man changed into a dog by some wicked magician. Today I determined to go to that baker for some bread, and was myself a witness of the wonders performed by this dog, who has made such a noise in Bagdad. What say you, daughter? Am I deceived in my conjecture?" "Mother, you are not," answered the daughter, "and I will disenchant him immediately." The young lady arose from her sofa, put her hand into a basin of water, and throwing some upon me, said, "If thou wert born a dog, remain so; but if thou wert born a man, resume thy former shape by the virtue of this water." At that instant the enchantment was broken, and I became restored to my natural form. Penetrated with the greatness of this kindness, I threw myself at my deliverer's feet, and after I had kissed the hem of her garment, said, "My dear deliverer, I am so sensible of your unparalleled humanity towards a stranger as I am, that I beg of you to tell me yourself what I can do to show my gratitude, or rather dispose of me as a slave, to whom you have a just right, since I am no more my own, but entirely yours; and that you may know who I am, I will tell you my story in as few words as possible." After I had informed her who I was, I gave her an account of my marriage with Ameeneh, of the complaisance I had shown her, my patience in bearing with her humour, her extraordinary behaviour, and the savage inhumanity with which she had treated me out of her inconceivable wickedness, and finished my story with my transformation, and thanking her mother for the inexpressible happiness she had procured me. "Syed Naomaun," said the daughter to me, let us not talk of the obligation you say you owe me. It is enough for me that I have done any service to so honest a man. But let us talk of Amina your wife. I was acquainted with her before your marriage, and as I know her to be a sorceress, she also is sensible that I have some of the same kind of knowledge as herself, since we both learnt it of the same mistress. We often meet at the baths, but as our tempers are different, I avoid all opportunities of contracting an intimacy with her, which is no difficult matter, as she does the same by me. I am not at all surprised at her wickedness, but what I have already done for you is not sufficient. I must complete what I have begun. It is not enough to have broken the enchantment by which she has so long excluded you from the society of men. You must punish her as she deserves, by going home again, and assuming the authority which belongs to you. I will give you the proper means. Converse a little with my mother till I return to you." My deliveress went into a closet, and while she was absent, I repeated my obligations to the mother as well as the daughter. She said to me, "You see my daughter has as much skill in the magic art as the wicked Amina, but makes such use of it, that you would be surprised to know the good she has done, and daily does, by exercising her science. This induces me to let her practise it, for I should not permit her if I perceived she made an improper application of it in the smallest instance." The mother then related some of the wonders she had seen her perform. By this time the daughter returned with a little bottle in her hand. "Syed Naomaun," said she, "my books which I have been consulting tell me that Amina is now abroad, but will be at home presently. They also inform me that she pretended before your servants to be very uneasy at your absence, and made them believe that at dinner you recollected some business which obliged you to go out immediately; that as you went you left the door open, and a dog running into the hall where she was at dinner, she had beaten him out with a great stick. Take this little bottle, go home immediately, and wait in your own chamber till Amina comes in, which she will do shortly. As soon as she returns, run down into the court, and meet her face to face. In her surprise at seeing you so unexpectedly, she will turn her back to run away. Have the bottle ready, and throw some of the liquor it contains upon her, pronouncing at the same time these words: 'Receive the chastisement of thy wickedness.' I will tell you no more, you will see the effect." After these instructions, I took leave of my benefactress and her mother, with all the testimonies of the most perfect gratitude, and a sincere protestation never to forget my obligation to them, and then went home. All things happened as the beautiful and humane enchantress had foretold. Amina was not long before she came home. As she entered the court, I met her with the bottle in my hand. Upon seeing me, she shrieked, and as she turned to run towards the door, I threw the liquor upon her, pronouncing the words which the young lady had taught me, when she was instantly transformed into the mare which your majesty saw me upon yesterday. At that instant, owing to the surprise she was in, I easily seized her by the mane, and notwithstanding her resistance, led her into the stable, where I put a halter upon her head, and when I had tied her to the rack, reproaching her with her baseness, I chastised her with a whip till I was tired, and have punished her every day since in the manner which your majesty has witnessed. I hope, commander of the faithful," concluded Syed Naomaun, "your majesty will not disapprove of my conduct, but will rather think I have shown so wicked and pernicious a woman more indulgence than she deserved." When the caliph found that Syed Naomaun had ended his story, he said to him, "Your adventure is very singular, and the wickedness of your wife inexcusable. Therefore I do not condemn the chastisement you have hitherto given her; but I would have you consider how great a punishment it is to be reduced to the condition of beasts, and wish,
you would be content with the chastisement you have already inflicted. I would order you to go and address yourself to the young enchantress, to end the metamorphosis she has inflicted; but that I know the obstinacy and incorrigible cruelty of magicians of both sexes, who abuse their art, which makes me apprehensive that a second effect of your wife's revenge might be more fatal than the first." The caliph, who was naturally mild and compassionate to all criminals, after he had declared his mind to Syed Naomaun, addressed himself to the third person the grand vizier had summoned to attend him. "Khaujeh Hassan," said he, "passing yesterday by your house, it seemed so magnificent that I felt a curiosity to know to whom it belonged, and was told that you, whose trade is so mean that a man can scarcely get his bread by it, have built this house after you had followed this trade some years. I was likewise informed that you make a good use of the riches God has blessed you with, and your neighbours speak well of you. All this pleases me well," added the caliph, "but I am persuaded that the means by which Providence has been pleased to bestow these gifts on you must have been very extraordinary. I am curious to know the particulars from your own mouth, and sent for you on purpose to have that satisfaction. Speak truly, that when I know your story I may rejoice in your good fortune; but that you may not suspect my curiosity, and believe I have any other interest than what I tell you, I declare that, far from having any pretensions, I give you my word you shall enjoy freely all you possess." On these assurances of the caliph, Khaujeh Hassan prostrated himself before the throne, with his forehead down to the carpet, and when he rose up, said, "Commander of the faithful, some persons might have been alarmed at having been summoned to appear before your majesty; but knowing that my conscience was clear, and that I had committed nothing against the laws or your majesty, but on the contrary had always the most respectful sentiments and the profoundest veneration for your person, my only fear was that I should not be able to support the splendour of your presence; but nevertheless, on the public report of your majesty's receiving favourably, and hearing the meanest of your subjects, I took courage, and never doubted but I should have confidence enough to give you all the satisfaction you might require of me. Besides, your majesty has given me a proof of your goodness, by granting me your protection before you know whether I deserve it. I hope, however, you will retain the favourable sentiments you have conceived of me, when, in obedience to your command, I shall have related my adventures." After this compliment to conciliate the caliph's good will and attention, and after some moments' recollection, Khaujeh Hassan related his story in the following manner. Section 27 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3. Translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Adventure of the Caliph Haroon al Rusheed, Part 4. The Story of Khaujeh Hassan al Hubal. Commander of the Faithful, that your majesty may the better understand by what means I arrived at the happiness I now enjoy, I must acquaint you there are two intimate friends, citizens of Bagdad, who can testify the truth of what I shall relate, and to whom, after God, the author of all good, I owe my prosperity. These two friends are called, the one Saadi, the other Saad. Saadi, who is very rich, was always of opinion that no man could be happy in this world without wealth, to live independent of every one. Saad was of a different opinion. He agreed that riches were necessary to comfort, but maintained that the happiness of a man's life consisted in virtue, without any farther eagerness after worldly goods than what was requisite for decent subsistence and benevolent purposes. Saad himself is one of this number, and lives very happily and contentedly in his station. But though Saadi is infinitely more opulent, their friendship is very sincere, and the richest sets no more value on himself than the other. They never had any dispute but on this point. In all other things their union of opinion has been very strict. One day, as they were talking upon this subject, as I have since been informed by them both, Saadi affirmed that poverty proceeded from men's being born poor, or spending their fortunes in luxury and debauchery, or by some of those unforeseen fatalities which do not often occur. "My opinion," said he, "is that most people's poverty is owing to their wanting at first a sufficient sum of money to raise them above want, by employing their industry to improve it; for," continued he, "if they once had such a sum, and made a right use of it, they would not only live well, but would in time infallibly grow rich." Saad could not agree in this sentiment. "The way," said he, "which you propose to make a poor man rich is not so certain as you imagine. Your plan is very hazardous, and I can bring many good arguments against your opinion; but that they would carry us too far into dispute, I believe, with as much probability, that a poor man may become rich by other means as well as by money; and there are people who have raised as large and surprising fortunes by mere chance, as others have done by money, with all their good economy and management to increase it by the best conducted trade." "Saad," replied Saadi, "I see we shall not come to any determination by my persisting to oppose my opinion against yours. I will make an experiment to convince you, by giving, for example, a sum of money to some artisan, whose ancestors, from father to son, have always been poor, lived only from day to day, and died as indigent as they were born. If I have not the success I expect, you shall try if you will have better by the means you shall employ." Some days after this dispute, the two friends happened to walk out together, and passing through the street where I was at work at my trade of rope making, which I learnt of my father, who learnt of his, and he of his ancestors, and by my dress and appearance, it was no hard matter for them to guess my poverty. Saad, remembering Saadi's engagement, said, "If you have not forgotten what you said to me, there is a man," pointing to me, "whom I can remember a long time working at his trade of rope making, and in the same poverty. He is a worthy subject for your liberality, and a proper person to make your experiment upon." "I so well remember the conversation," replied Saadi, "that I have ever since carried a sufficient sum about me for the purpose, but only waited for an opportunity of our being together, that you might be witness of the fact. Let us go to him, and know if he is really necessitous." The two friends came to me, and I, seeing that they wished to speak to me, left off work. They both accosted me with the common salutation, and Saadi, wishing me peace, asked me my name. I returned their salutation, and answered Saadi's question, saying to him, "Sir, my name is Hassan, but by reason of my trade I am commonly known by the name of Hassan al Hubal." "Hassan," replied Saadi, "as there is no occupation but what a man may live by, I doubt not but yours produces enough for you to live well upon; and I am amazed that during the long time you have worked at your trade, you have not saved enough to lay in a good stock of hemp to extend your manufacture and employ more hands, by the profit of whose work you would soon increase your income." "Sir," replied I, "you will be no longer amazed that I have not saved money, and taken the way you mention to become rich, when you come to know that, let me work as hard as I may from morning till night, I can hardly get enough to keep my family in bread and pulse. I have a wife and 5 children, not one of whom is old enough to be of the least assistance to me. I must feed and clothe them, and in our poor way of living they still want many necessaries, which they can ill do without; and though hemp is not very dear, I must have money to buy it. This is the first thing I do with any money I receive for my work, otherwise I and my family must starve. Now judge, sir," added I, "if it be possible that I should save anything for myself and family. It is enough that we are content with the little God sends us, and that we have not the knowledge or desire of more than we want, but can live as we have been always bred up, and are not reduced to beg." When I had given Saadi this account, he said to me, "Hassan, I am not so much surprised as I was, for I comprehend what obliges you to be content in your station. But if I should make you a present of a purse of 200 pieces of gold, would not you make a good use of it? And do not you believe that with such a sum you could become soon as rich as the principal of your occupation?" "Sir," replied I, "you seem to be so good a gentleman, that I am persuaded you would not banter me, but that the offer you make me is serious; and I dare say, without presuming too much upon myself, that a considerably less sum would be sufficient to make me not only as rich as the first of our trade, but that in time I should be richer than all of them in this city together, though Bagdad is so large and populous." The generous Saadi shewed me immediately that in what he said he was serious. He pulled a purse out of his bosom, and putting it into my hands, said, "Here, take this purse; you will find it contains 200 pieces of gold. I pray God bless you with them, and give you grace to make the good use of them I desire; and believe me, my friend Saad, whom you see here, and I shall both take great pleasure in finding they may contribute towards making you more happy than you now are." When I had got the purse, the first thing I did was to put it into my bosom; but the transport of my joy was so great, and I was so much penetrated with gratitude, that my speech failed me, and I could give my benefactor no other tokens of my feelings than by laying hold of the hem of his garment and kissing it; but he drew it from me hastily, and he and his friend pursued their walk. As soon as they were gone, I returned to my work, and my first thought was, what I should do with my purse to keep it safe. I had in my poor house neither box nor cupboard to lock it up in, nor any other place where I could be sure it would not be discovered if I concealed it. In this perplexity, as I had been used, like many poor people of my condition, to put the little money I had in the folds of my turban, I left my work and went into the house, under pretence of wrapping my turban up anew. I took such precautions that neither my wife nor children saw what I was doing; but first I laid aside 10 pieces of gold for present necessaries, and wrapped the rest up in the folds of the linen which went about my cap. The principal expense I was at that day was to lay in a good stock of hemp, and afterwards, as my family had eaten no flesh meat a long time, I went to the shambles, and bought something for supper. As I was carrying home the meat I had bought, a famished vulture flew upon me, and would have taken it away if I had not held it very fast; but alas! I had better have parted with it than lost my money. The faster I held my meat, the more the bird struggled to get it, drawing me sometimes on one side and sometimes on another, but would not quit the prize, till unfortunately in my efforts my turban fell on the ground. The vulture immediately let go his hold, but seizing my turban, flew away with it. I cried out so loud, that I alarmed all the men, women, and children in the neighbourhood, who joined their shouts and cries to make the vulture quit his hold; for by such means these voracious birds are often frightened, so as to quit their prey. But our cries did not avail. He carried off my turban, and we soon lost sight of him, and it would have been in vain for me to fatigue myself with running after him. I went home very melancholy at the loss of my money. I was obliged to buy a new turban, which diminished the small remainder of the 10 pieces, for I had laid out several in hemp. The little that was left was not sufficient to give me reason to indulge the great hopes I had conceived. But what troubled me most was the little satisfaction I should be able to give my benefactor for his ineffectual generosity, when he should come to hear what a misfortune I had met with, which he would perhaps regard as incredible, and consequently an idle excuse. While the remainder of the 10 pieces lasted, my little family and I lived better than usual, but I soon relapsed into the same poverty, and the same inability to extricate myself from wretchedness. However, I never murmured nor repined. God, said I, was pleased to give me riches when I least expected them. He has thought fit to take them from me again almost at the same time, because it so pleased him, and they were at his disposal. Yet I will praise his name for all the benefits I have received, as it was his good pleasure, and submit myself, as I have ever done hitherto, to his will. Those were my sentiments, while my wife, from whom I could not keep secret the loss I had sustained, was inconsolable. In my trouble I had told my neighbours, that when I lost my turban I lost 190 pieces of gold; but as they knew my poverty, and could not comprehend how I should have got so great a sum by my work, they only laughed at me. About 6 months after this misfortune, which I have related to your majesty, the 2 friends walking through that part of the town where I lived, the neighbourhood brought me to Saad's recollection. "We are now," said he to Saadi, "not far from the street where Hassan the rope maker lives. Let us call and see what use he has made of the 200 pieces of gold you gave him, and whether they have enabled him to take any steps towards bettering his fortune." "With all my heart," replied Saadi. "I have been thinking of him some days, and it will be a great pleasure and satisfaction to me to have you with me as a witness of the proof of my argument. You will see undoubtedly a great alteration. I expect we shall hardly know him again." Just as Saadi said this, the 2 friends turned the corner of the street, and Saad, who perceived me first at a distance, said to his friend, "I believe you reckon without your host. I see Hassan, but can discern no change in his person, for he is as shabbily dressed as when we saw him before. The only difference that I can perceive is that his turban looks something better. Observe him yourself, and see whether I am in the wrong." As they drew nearer to me, Saadi saw me too, and found Saad was in the right, but could not tell to what he should attribute the little alteration he saw in my person, and was so much amazed that he could not speak when he came up to me. "Well, Hassan," said Saad, "we do not ask you how affairs go since we saw you last. Without doubt they are in a better train." "Gentlemen," replied I, addressing myself to them both, "I have the great mortification to tell you that your desires, wishes, and hopes, as well as mine, have not had the success you had reason to expect, and I had promised myself. You will scarcely believe the extraordinary adventure that has befallen me. I assure you, nevertheless, on the word of an honest man, and you ought to believe me, for nothing is more true than what I am going to tell you." I then related to them my adventure, with the same circumstances I had the honour to tell your majesty. Saadi rejected my assertion, and said, "Hassan, you joke, and would deceive me; for what you say is a thing incredible. What have vultures to do with turbans? They only search for something to satisfy their hunger. You have done as all such people as yourself generally do. If they have made any extraordinary gain, or any good fortune happens to them, which they never expected, they throw aside their work, take their pleasure, make merry while the money lasts, and when they have eaten and drunk it all out, are reduced to the same necessity and want as before. You would not be so miserable but because you deserve it, and render yourself unworthy of any service done to you." "Sir," I replied, "I bear all these reproaches, and am ready to bear as many more, if they were more severe, and all with the greater patience, because I do not think I deserve them. The thing is so publicly known in this part of the town, that there is nobody but can satisfy you of the truth of my assertions. If you inquire, you will find that I do not impose upon you. I own I never heard of vultures flying away with turbans, but this has actually happened to me, like many other things, which do not fall out every day, and yet have actually happened." Saad took my part, and told Saadi a great many as surprising stories of vultures, some of which he affirmed he knew to be true, insomuch that at last he pulled his purse out of his vestband, and counted out 200 pieces of gold into my hand, which I put into my bosom for want of a purse. When Saadi had presented me with this sum, he said, "Hassan, I make you a present of these 200 pieces, but take care to put them in a safer place, that you may not lose them so unfortunately as you have done the others, and employ them in such a manner that they may procure you the advantages which the others would have done." I told him that the obligation of this his second kindness was much greater than I deserved, after what had happened, and that I should be sure to make good use of his advice. I would have said a great deal more, but he did not give me time, for he went away and continued his walk with his friend. As soon as they were gone, I left off work and went home, but finding neither my wife nor children within, I pulled out my money, put 10 pieces by, and wrapped up the rest in a clean linen cloth, tying it fast with a knot. But then I was to consider where I should hide this linen cloth, that it might be safe. After I had considered some time, I resolved to put it in the bottom of an earthen vessel full of bran, which stood in a corner, which I imagined neither my wife nor children would look into. My wife came home soon after, and as I had but little hemp in the house, I told her I should go out to buy some, without saying anything to her about the 2 friends. While I was absent, a sandman, who sells scouring earth for the hair and body, which women use in the baths, passed through our street, and called, "Cleansing ho!" My wife, who wanted some, beckoned to him, but as she had no money, asked him if he would make an exchange of some earth for some bran. The sandman asked to see the bran. My wife showed him the pot. The bargain was made. She had the cleansing earth, with which she filled a dust hole I had made to the house, and the sandman took the pot and bran along with him. Not long after, I came home with as much hemp as I could carry, and followed by 5 porters loaded also with hemp. After I had satisfied them for their trouble, I sat down to rest myself, and looking about me, could not see the pot of bran. It is impossible for me to express to your majesty my surprise, and the effect it had on me at the moment. I asked my wife hastily what was become of it, when she told me the bargain she had made with the sandman, which she thought to be a very good one. "Ah, unfortunate woman," cried I, "you know not the injury you have done me, yourself, and our children, by making that bargain, which has ruined us for ever. You thought you only sold the bran, but with the bran you have enriched the sandman with 190 pieces of gold, which Saadi with his friend came and made me a second present of." My wife was like one distracted, when she knew what a fault she had committed through ignorance. She cried, beat her breast, and tore her hair and clothes. "Unhappy wretch that I am," cried she, "am I fit to live after so dreadful a mistake? Where shall I find this sandman? I know him not. I never saw him in our street before. O husband," added she, "you were much to blame to be so reserved in a matter of such importance. This had never happened if you had communicated the secret to me." In short, I should never finish my story were I to tell your majesty what her grief made her say. You are not ignorant how eloquent women often are in their afflictions." "Wife," said I, "moderate your grief. By your weeping and howling you will alarm the neighbourhood, and there is no reason they should be informed of our misfortunes. They will only laugh at instead of pitying us. We had best bear our loss patiently, and submit ourselves to the will of God, and bless him for that out of 200 pieces of gold which he had given us, he has taken back but 190, and left us 10, which by the use I shall make of them will be a great relief to us." My wife at first did not relish my arguments, but as time softens the greatest misfortunes, and makes them more supportable, she at last grew easy, and had almost forgotten them. "It is true," said I to her, "we live but poorly; but what have the rich which we have not? Do not we breathe the same air, enjoy the same light and the same warmth of the sun? Therefore, what conveniences have they more than we, that we should envy their happiness? They die as well as we. In short, while we live in the fear of God, as we should always do, the advantage they have over us is so very inconsiderable, that we ought not to covet it." I will not tire your majesty any longer with my moral reflections. My wife and I comforted ourselves, and pursued my trade with as much alacrity as before these two mortifying losses, which followed one another so quickly. The only thing that troubled me sometimes was, how I should look Saadi in the face when he should come and ask me how I had improved his 200 pieces of gold, and advanced my fortune by means of his liberality. I saw no remedy but to resolve to submit to the confusion I should feel, though it was by no fault of mine this time, any more than before, that our misfortune had happened. The two friends stayed away longer this time than the former, though Saad had often spoken to Saadi, who always put it off; for, said he, "The longer we stay away, the richer Hassan will be, and I shall have the greater satisfaction." Saad, who had not the same opinion of the effect of his friend's generosity, replied, "You fancy then that your last present will have been turned to a better account than the former. I would advise you not to flatter yourself too much, for fear you may be more sensibly mortified, if it should prove otherwise." "Why," replied Saadi, "vultures do not fly away with turbans every day, and Hassan will have been more cautious this time." "I do not doubt it," replied Saad; "but," added he, "there are other accidents that neither you nor I can think of. Therefore, I say again, moderate your expectations, and do not depend too much on Hassan's success; for to tell you what I think, and what I always thought, whether you like to hear it or not, I have a secret presentiment that you will not have accomplished your purpose, and that I shall succeed better in proving that a poor man may sooner become rich by other means than money." One day, when Saad and Saadi were disputing upon this subject, Saad observed that enough had been said. "I am resolved," continued he, "to inform myself this very day what has passed. It is a pleasing time for walking. Let us not lose it, but go and see which of us has lost the wager." I saw them at a distance, was overcome with confusion, and was just going to leave my work to run and hide myself. However, I refrained, appeared very earnest at work, made as if I had not seen them, and never lifted up my eyes till they were close to me and had saluted me, and then I could not help myself. I hung down my head, told them my last misfortune, with all the circumstances, and that I was as poor as when they first saw me. "After that," I added, "you may say that I ought to have hidden my money in another place than in a pot of bran, which was carried out of my house the same day; but that pot had stood there many years, and had never been removed, whenever my wife parted with the bran.
Could I guess that a sandman should come by that very day, my wife have no money, and would make such an exchange? You may indeed allege that I ought to have told my wife of it, but I will never believe that such prudent persons, as I am persuaded you are, would have given me that advice. And if I had put my money anywhere else, what certainty could I have had that it would be more secure? I see, sir, said I, addressing myself to Saadi, that it has pleased God, whose ways are secret and impenetrable, that I should not be enriched by your liberality, but that I must remain poor. However, the obligation is the same as if it had wrought the desired effect. After these words I was silent, and Saadi replied, Though I would persuade myself, Hassan, that all you tell us is true, and not owing to your debauchery or ill management, yet I must not be extravagant, and ruin myself for the sake of an experiment. I do not regret in the least the 400 pieces of gold I gave you to raise you in the world. I did it in duty to God, without expecting any recompense but the pleasure of doing good. If anything makes me repent, it is that I did not address myself to another, who might have made a better use of my charity. Then turning about to his friend, Saad, continued he, you may know by what I have said, that I do not entirely give up the cause. You may now make your experiment, and let me see that there are ways besides giving money to make a poor man's fortune. Let Hassan be the man. I dare say, whatever you may give him, he will not be richer than he was with 400 pieces of gold. Saad had a piece of lead in his hand, which he showed Saadi. You saw me, said he, take up this piece of lead which I found on the ground. I will give it Hassan, and you shall see what it is worth. Saadi burst out laughing at Saad. What is that bit of lead worth? Said he. A farthing? What can Hassan do with that? Saad presented it to me and said, Take it, Hassan, let Saadi laugh. You will tell us some news of the good luck it has brought you one time or another. I thought Saad was in jest, and had a mind to divert himself. However, I took the lead and thanked him. The two friends pursued their walk, and I fell to work again. At night, when I pulled off my clothes to go to bed, the piece of lead, which I had never thought of from the time he gave it to me, tumbled out of my pocket. I took it up and laid it on the place that was nearest me. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3. Translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Adventure of the Caliph Haroon al-Rusheed. Part 5. The same night it happened that a fisherman, a neighbour, mending his nets, found a piece of lead wanting, and it being too late to buy any, as the shops were shut, and he must either fish that night or his family go without bread the next day, he called to his wife and bade her inquire among the neighbours for a piece. She went from door to door on both sides of the street, but could not get any, and returned to tell her husband her ill success. He asked her if she had been to several of their neighbours, naming them, and among the rest of my house. No, indeed, said the wife, I have not been there, that was too far off, and if I had gone, do you think I should have found any? I know by experience they never have anything when one wants it. No matter, said the fisherman, you are an idle hussy. You must go there, for though you have been there 100 times before without getting anything, you may chance to obtain what we want now. You must go. The fisherman's wife went out grumbling, came and knocked at my door, and waked me out of a sound sleep. I asked her what she wanted. Hassan, said she, as loud as she could bawl, "My husband wants a bit of lead to load his nets with, and if you have a piece, desires you to give it him." The piece of lead which Saad had given me was so fresh in my memory, and had so lately dropped out of my clothes, that I could not forget it. I told my neighbour I had some, and if she would stay a moment, my wife should give it to her. Accordingly, my wife, who was wakened by the noise as well as myself, got up, and groping about where I directed her, found the lead, opened the door, and gave it to the fisherman's wife, who was so overjoyed that she promised my wife that in return for the kindness she did her and her husband, she would answer for him we should have the first cast of the nets. The fisherman was so much rejoiced to see the lead which he so little expected, that he much approved his wife's promise. He finished mending his nets, and went a fishing 2 hours before day, according to custom. At the first throw he caught but one fish, about a yard long, and proportionable in thickness, but afterwards had a great many successful casts, though of all the fish he took none equalled the first in size. When the fisherman had done fishing, he went home, where his first care was to think of me. I was extremely surprised, when at my work, to see him come to me with a large fish in his hand. "Neighbour," said he, "my wife promised you last night, in return for your kindness, whatever fish I could catch at my first throw, and I approved her promise. It pleased God to send me no more than this one for you, which, such as it is, I desire you to accept. I wish it had been better. Had he sent me my net full, they should all have been yours." "Neighbour," said I, "the bit of lead which I sent you was such a trifle, that it ought not to be valued at so high a rate. Neighbours should assist each other in their little wants. I have done no more for you than I should have expected from you, had I been in your situation. Therefore I would refuse your present, if I were not persuaded you gave it me freely, and that I should offend you. And since you will have it so, I take it, and return you my hearty thanks." After these civilities, I took the fish, and carried it home to my wife. "Here," said I, "take this fish, which the fisherman our neighbour has made me a present of, in return for the bit of lead he sent to us for last night. I believe it is all we can expect from the present Saad made me yesterday, promising me that it would bring me good luck." And then I told her what had passed between the two friends. My wife was much startled to see so large a fish. "What would you have me do with it?" said she. "Our gridiron is only fit to broil small fish, and we have not a pot big enough to boil it." "That is your business," answered I. "Dress it as you will, I shall like it either way." I then went to my work again. In gutting the fish, my wife found a large diamond, which, when she washed it, she took for a piece of glass. Indeed, she had heard talk of diamonds, but if she had ever seen or handled any, she would not have known how to distinguish them. She gave it to the youngest of our children for a plaything, and his brothers and sisters handed it about from one to another, to admire its brightness and beauty. At night, when the lamp was lighted, and the children were still playing with the diamond, they perceived that it gave a light, when my wife, who was getting them their supper, stood between them and the lamp; upon which they snatched it from one another to try it, and the younger children fell a crying, that the elder would not let them have it long enough. But as a little matter amuses children, and makes them squabble and fall out, my wife and I took no notice of their noise, which presently ceased, when the bigger ones supped with us, and my wife had given the younger each their share. After supper the children got together again, and began to make the same noise. I then called to the eldest to know what was the matter, who told me it was about a piece of glass, which gave a light when his back was to the lamp. I bade him bring it to me, made the experiment myself, and it appeared so extraordinary, that I asked my wife what it was. She told me it was a piece of glass, which she had found in gutting the fish. I thought no more than herself but that it was a bit of glass; but I was resolved to make a farther experiment of it, and therefore bade my wife put the lamp in the chimney, which she did, and still found that the supposed piece of glass gave so great a light that we might see to go to bed without the lamp. So I put it out, and placed the bit of glass upon the chimney to light us. "Look," said I, "this is another advantage that Saad's piece of lead procures us; it will spare us the expense of oil." When the children saw the lamp was put out, and the bit of glass supplied the place, they cried out so loud, and made so great a noise from astonishment, that it was enough to alarm the neighbourhood; and before my wife and I could quiet them, we were forced to make a greater noise, nor could we silence them till we had put them to bed, where, after talking a long while in their way about the wonderful light of a bit of glass, they fell asleep. After they were asleep, my wife and I went to bed by them; and next morning, without thinking any more of the glass, I went to my work as usual, which ought not to seem strange for such a man as I, who had never seen any diamonds, or if I had, never attended to their value. But before I proceed, I must tell your majesty, that there was but a very slight partition wall between my house and my next neighbour's, who was a very rich Jew and a jeweller, and the chamber that he and his wife lay in joined to ours. They were both in bed, and the noise my children made awakened them. The next morning the jeweller's wife came to mine, to complain of being disturbed out of their first sleep. "Good neighbour Rachel," which was the Jew's wife's name, said my wife, "I am very sorry for what happened, and hope you will excuse it. You know it was caused by the children, and they will laugh and cry for a trifle. Come in, and I will show you what was the occasion of the noise." The Jewess went in with her, and my wife taking the diamond, for such it really was, and a very extraordinary one, out of the chimney, put it into her hands. "See here," said she, "it was this piece of glass that caused all the noise." And while the Jewess, who understood all sorts of precious stones, was examining the diamond with admiration, my wife told her how she found it in the fish's belly, and what happened. "Indeed, Aysha," which was my wife's name, said the jeweller's wife, giving her the diamond again, "I believe as you do it is a piece of glass; but as it is more beautiful than common glass, and I have just such another piece at home, I will buy it if you will sell it." The children, who heard them talking of selling their plaything, presently interrupted their conversation, crying and begging their mother not to part with it, who, to quiet them, promised she would not. The Jewess, being thus prevented in her intended swindling bargain by my children, went away, but first whispered my wife, who followed her to the door, if she had a mind to sell it, not to show it to anybody without acquainting her. The Jew went out early in the morning to his shop in that part of the town where the jewellers sell their goods. Thither his wife followed, and told him the discovery she had made. She gave him an account of the size and weight of the diamond as nearly as she could guess, also of its beauty, water, and lustre, and particularly of the light which it gave in the night, according to my wife's account, which was the more credible as she was uninformed. The Jew sent his wife immediately to treat to offer her a trifle at first, as she should think fit, and then to raise her price by degrees, but be sure to bring it cost what it would. Accordingly his wife came again to mine privately, and asked her if she would take 20 pieces of gold for the piece of glass she had shown her. My wife, thinking the sum too considerable for a mere piece of glass, as she had thought it, would not make any bargain, but told her she could not part with it till she had spoken to me. In the mean time I came from my work to dinner. As they were talking at the door, my wife stopped me, and asked if I would sell the piece of glass she had found in the fish's belly for 20 pieces of gold, which our neighbour offered her. I returned no answer, but reflected immediately on the assurance with which Saad, in giving me the piece of lead, told me it would make my fortune. The Jewess, fancying that the low price she had offered was the reason I made no reply, said, "I will give you 50, neighbour, if that will do." As soon as I found that she rose so suddenly from 20 to 50, I told her that I expected a great deal more. "Well, neighbour," said she, "I will give you 100, and that is so much, I know not whether my husband will approve my offering it." At this new advance, I told her I would have 100,000 pieces of gold for it; that I saw plainly that the diamond, for such I now guessed it must be, was worth a great deal more; but to oblige her and her husband, as they were neighbours, I would limit myself to that price, which I was determined to have; and if they refused to give it, other jewellers should have it, who would give a great deal more. The Jewess confirmed me in this resolution by her eagerness to conclude a bargain, and by coming up at several biddings to 50,000 pieces, which I refused. "I can offer you no more," said she, "without my husband's consent. He will be at home at night, and I would beg the favour of you to let him see it, which I promised." At night, when the Jew came home, his wife told him what she had done, that she had got no forwarder with my wife or me, that she offered, and I had refused, 50,000 pieces of gold, but that I had promised to stay till night at her request. He observed the time when I left off work, and came to me. "Neighbour Hassan," said he, "I desire you would shew me the diamond your wife shewed to mine." I brought him in and shewed it to him; and as it was very dark, and my lamp was not lighted, he knew instantly by the light the diamond gave, and by the lustre it cast in my hand, that his wife had given him a true account of it. He looked at and admired it a long time. "Well, neighbour," said he, "my wife tells me she offered you 50,000 pieces of gold. I will give you 20,000 more." "Neighbour," said I, "your wife can tell you that I valued my diamond at 100,000 pieces, and I will take nothing less." He haggled a long time with me, in hopes that I would make some abatement; but finding at last that I was positive, and for fear that I should shew it to other jewellers, as I certainly should have done, he would not leave me till the bargain was concluded on my own terms. He told me that he had not so much money at home, but would pay it all to me on the morrow, that very instant fetch 2 bags of 1,000 pieces each, as an earnest; and the next day, though I do not know how he raised the money, whether he borrowed it of his friends, or let some other jewellers into partnership with him, he brought me the sum we had agreed for at the time appointed, and I delivered to him the diamond. Having thus sold my diamond, and being rich infinitely beyond my hopes, I thanked God for his bounty, and would have gone and thrown myself at Saad's feet to express my gratitude, if I had known where he lived, as also at Saadi's, to whom I was first obliged, though his good intention had not the same success. Afterwards I thought of the use I ought to make of so considerable a sum. My wife, with the vanity natural to her sex, proposed immediately to buy rich clothes for herself and children, to purchase a house, and furnish it handsomely. I told her we ought not to begin with such expenses; for, said I, money should only be spent so that it may produce a fund from which we may draw without its failing. This I intend, and shall begin to morrow. I spent all that day and the next in going to the people of my own trade, who worked as hard every day for their bread as I had done, and giving them money beforehand, engaged them to work for me in different sorts of rope making, according to their skill and ability, with a promise not to make them wait for their money, but to pay them as soon as their work was done. By this means I engrossed almost all the business of Bagdad, and everybody was pleased with my exactness and punctual payment. As so great a number of workmen produced, as your majesty may judge, a large quantity of work, I hired warehouses in several parts of the town to hold my goods, and appointed over each a clerk, to sell both wholesale and retail, and by this economy received considerable profit and income. Afterwards, to unite my concerns in one spot, I bought a large house, which stood on a great deal of ground, but was ruinous, pulled it down, and built that your majesty saw yesterday, which, though it makes so great an appearance, consists for the most part of warehouses for my business, with apartments absolutely necessary for myself and family. Some time after I had left my old mean habitation, and removed to this, Saad and Saadi, who had scarcely thought of me from the last time they had been with me, as they were one day walking together, and passing by our street, resolved to call upon me. But great was their surprise when they did not see me at work. They asked what was become of me, and if I was alive or dead. Their amazement was redoubled when they were told I was become a great manufacturer, and was no longer called plain Hassan, but Khaujeh Hassan al-Huba'u, and that I had built in a street, which was named to them, a house like a palace. The two friends went directly to the street, and in the way, as Saadi could not imagine that the bit of lead which Saad had given me could have been the raising of my fortune, he said to him, "I am overjoyed to have made Hassan's fortune, but I cannot forgive the 2 lies he told me to get 400 pieces instead of 2, for I cannot attribute it to the piece of lead you gave him." "So you think," replied Saad, "but so do not I. I do not see why you should do Khaujeh Hassan so much injustice as to take him for a liar. You must give me leave to believe that he told us the truth, disguised nothing from us, that the piece of lead which I gave him is the cause of his prosperity, and you will find he will presently tell us so." During their discourse, the two friends came into the street where I lived, asked whereabouts my house stood, and being shown it, could hardly believe it to be mine. They knocked at the door, and my porter opened it, when Saadi, fearing to be guilty of rudeness in taking the house of a nobleman for that he was inquiring after, said to the porter, "We are informed that this is the house of Khaujeh Hassan al-Huba'u. Tell us if we are mistaken." "You are very right, sir," said the porter, opening the door wider. "It is the same. Come in, he is in the hall, and any of the slaves will point him out to you." I had no sooner set my eyes upon the two friends than I knew them. I rose from my seat, ran to them, and would have kissed the hem of their garments, but they would not suffer it, and embraced me. I invited them to a sofa made to hold 4 persons, which was placed full in view of my garden. I desired them to sit down, and they would have me take the place of honour. I assured them I had not forgotten that I was poor Hassan the rope maker, nor the obligations I had to them; but were this not the case, I knew the respect due to them, and begged them not to expose me. They sat down in the proper place, and I seated myself opposite to them. Then Saadi, addressing himself to me, said, "Khaujeh Hassan, I cannot express my joy to see you in the condition I wished you, when I twice made you a present of 200 pieces of gold, for I mean not to upbraid you, though I am persuaded that those 400 pieces have made this wonderful change in your fortune, which I behold with pleasure. One thing only vexes me, which is that you should twice disguise the truth from me, pretending that your losses were the effect of misfortunes which now seem to me more than ever incredible. Was it not because, when we were together the last time, you had so little advanced your small income with the 400 pieces of gold, that you were ashamed to own it?
I am willing to believe this, and wait to be confirmed in my opinion." Saad heard this speech of Saadi's with impatience, not to say indignation, which he showed by casting down his eyes and shaking his head. He did not, however, interrupt him. When he had done, he said to him, "Forgive me, Saadi, if I anticipate Khaujeh Hassan before he answers you, to tell you that I am vexed at your prepossession against his sincerity, and that you still persist in not believing the assurances he has already given you. I have told you before, and I repeat it once more, that I believe those 2 accidents which befell him upon his bare assertion, and whatever you may say, I am persuaded they are true. But let him speak himself, and say which of us does him justice." After this discourse of the 2 friends, I said, addressing myself to them both, "Gentlemen, I should condemn myself to perpetual silence on the explanation you ask of me, if I were not certain the dispute you have had on my account cannot break that friendship which subsists between you. Therefore I will declare to you the truth, since you require it, and with the same sincerity as before." I then told them every circumstance your majesty has heard, without forgetting the least. All my protestations had no effect on Saadi to cure him of his prejudice. "Khaujeh Hassan," replied he, "the adventure of the fish and diamond found in his belly appears to me as incredible as the vultures flying away with your turban, and the exchange of the scouring earth. Be it as it may, I am equally convinced that you are no longer poor, but rich as I intended you should be, by my means, and I rejoice sincerely." As it grew late, they rose up to depart, when I stopped them and said, "Gentlemen, there is one favour I have to ask. I beg of you not to refuse to do me the honour to stay and take a slight supper with me, also a bed to night, and to morrow I will carry you by water to a small country house, which I bought for the sake of the air, and we will return the same day on my horses." "If Saad has no business that calls him elsewhere," said Saadi, "I consent." Saad told him that nothing should prevent his enjoying his company. "We have only to send a slave to my house, that we may not be waited for." I provided a slave, and while they were giving him their orders, I went and ordered supper. While it was getting ready, I shewed my benefactors my house and all my offices, which they thought very extensive, considering my fortune. I call them both benefactors without distinction, because without Saadi, Saad would never have given me the piece of lead, and without Saad, Saadi would not have given me the 400 pieces of gold. Then I brought them back again into the hall, where they asked me several questions about my concerns, and I gave them such answers as satisfied them. During this conversation, my servants came to tell me that supper was served up. I led them into another hall, where they admired the manner in which it was lighted, the furniture, and the entertainment I had provided. I regaled them also with a concert of vocal and instrumental music during the repast, and afterwards with a company of dancers and other entertainments, endeavouring as much as possible to shew them my gratitude. The next morning, as we had agreed to set out early to enjoy the fresh air, we repaired to the river side by sunrise, and went on board a pleasure boat, well carpeted, that waited for us, and in less than an hour and a half, with 6 good rowers and the stream, we arrived at my country house. When we went ashore, the 2 friends stopped to observe the beauty of the architecture of my house, and to admire its advantageous situation for prospects, which were neither too much limited nor too extensive, but such as made it very agreeable. I then conducted them into all the apartments, and shewed them the outhouses and conveniences, with all which they were very well pleased. Afterwards we walked in the gardens,
where what they were most struck with was a grove of orange and lemon trees, loaded with fruit and flowers, which were planted at equal distances, and watered by channels cut from a neighbouring stream. The close shade, the fragrant smell which perfumed the air, the soft murmurings of the water, the harmonious notes of an infinite number of birds, and many other agreeable circumstances, struck them in such a manner, that they frequently stopped to express how much they were obliged to me for bringing them to so delightful a place, and to congratulate me on my great acquisitions, with other compliments. I led them to the end of the grove, which was very long and broad, where I showed them a wood of large trees, which terminated my garden, and afterwards a summer house, open to all sides, shaded by a clump of palm trees, but not so as to injure the prospect. I then invited them to walk in, and repose themselves on a sofa covered with carpets and cushions. Two of my boys, whom I had sent into the country with a tutor for the air, had gone just then into the wood, and seeing a nest which was built in the branches of a lofty tree, they attempted to get at it; but as they had neither strength nor skill to accomplish their object, they shewed it to the slave who waited on them, and bade him climb the tree for it. The slave, when he came to it, was much surprised to find it composed of a turban. However, he took it, brought it down, and shewed it to my children; and as he thought that I might like to see a nest that was so uncommon, he gave it to the eldest boy to bring to me. I saw the children at a distance coming back to us, overjoyed to have procured a nest. "Father," said the eldest, "we have found a nest in a turban." The two friends and I were very much surprised at the novelty, but I much more when I recognised the turban to be that which the vulture had flown away with. After I had examined it well and turned it about, I said to my guests, "Gentlemen, have you memories good enough to remember the turban I had on the day you did me the honour first to speak to me?" "I do not think," said Saad, "that either my friend or I gave any attention to it; but if the 190 pieces of gold are in it, we cannot doubt of it." "Sir," replied I, "there is no doubt but it is the same turban; for besides that I know it perfectly well, I feel by the weight it is too heavy to be any other, and you will perceive this if you give yourself the trouble to take it in your hand." Then, after taking out the birds and giving them to the children, I put it into his hands, and he gave it to Saadi. "Indeed," said Saadi, "I believe it to be your turban, which I shall, however, be better convinced of when I see the 190 pieces of gold." "Now, sir," said I, taking the turban again, "observe well, before I unwrap it, that it is of no very fresh date in the tree, and the state in which you see it, and the nest so neatly made in it, without having been touched by the hand of man, are sufficient proofs that the vulture dropped or laid it in the tree upon the day it was seized, and that the branches hindered it from falling to the ground. Excuse my making this remark, since it concerns me so much to remove all suspicions of fraud." Saad backed me in what I urged, and said, "Saadi, this regards you and not me, for I am verily persuaded that Khaujeh Hassan does not impose upon us." While Saad was talking, I pulled off the linen cloth which was wrapped about the cap of the turban, and took out the purse, which Saadi knew to be the same he had given me. I emptied it on the carpet before them, and said, "There, gentlemen, there is the money, count it, and see if it be right," which Saad did, and found it to be 190 pieces of gold. Then Saadi, who could not deny so manifest a truth, addressing himself to me, said, "I agree, Khaujeh Hassan, that this money could not serve to enrich you, but the other 190 pieces, which you would make me believe you hid in a pot of bran, might." "Sir," answered I have told you the truth in regard to both sums. You would not have me retract to make myself a liar." "Khaujeh Hassan," said Saad, "leave Saadi to his own opinion. I consent with all my heart that he believes you are obliged to him for one part of your good fortune, by means of the last sum he gave you, provided he will agree that I contributed to the other half by the bit of lead, and will not pretend to dispute the valuable diamond found in the fish's belly." "I agree to it," answered Saadi, "but still you must give me liberty to believe that money is not to be amassed without money." "What," replied Saad, "if chance should throw a diamond in my way worth 50,000 pieces of gold, and I should have that sum given me for it, can it be said I got that sum by money?" They disputed no farther at this time. We rose and went into the house, just as dinner was serving up. After dinner I left my guests together, to pass away the heat of the day more at their liberty, and with great composure, while I went to give orders to my housekeeper and gardener. Afterwards I returned to them again, and we talked of indifferent matters till it grew a little cooler, when we returned into the garden for fresh air, and stayed till sunset. We then mounted on horseback, and got to Bagdad by moonlight, 2 hours after, followed by one of my slaves. It happened, I know not by what negligence of my servants, that we were then out of grain for the horses, and the storehouses were all shut up, when one of my slaves, seeking about the neighbourhood for some, met with a pot of bran in a shop, bought the bran, and brought the pot along with him, promising to carry it back again the next day. The slave emptied the bran, and dividing it with his hands among the horses, felt a linen cloth tied up and very heavy. He brought the cloth to me in the condition that he found it, and presented it to me, telling me that it might perhaps be the cloth he had often heard me talk of among my friends. Overjoyed, I said to my 2 benefactors, "Gentlemen, it has pleased God that you should not part from me without being fully convinced of the truth of what I have assured you. There are the other 190 pieces of gold which you gave me," continued I, addressing myself to Saadi. "I know it well by the cloth, which I tied up with my own hands." And then I told out the money before them. I ordered the pot to be brought to me, knew it to be the same, and sent my wife to ask if she recognized it, ordering them to say nothing to her of what had happened. She knew it immediately, and sent me word that it was the same pot she had exchanged full of bran for the scouring earth. Saadi readily submitted, renounced his incredulity, and said to Saad, "I yield to you, and acknowledge that money is not always the means of becoming rich." When Saadi had spoken, I said to him, "I dare not propose to return you the 380 pieces of gold, which it hath pleased God should be found, to undeceive you as to the opinion of my honesty. I am persuaded that you did not give them to me with an intention that I should return them; but as I ought to be content with what Providence has sent me from other quarters, and I do not design to make use of them, if you approve of my proposal, to morrow I will give them to the poor, that God may bless us both." The 2 friends lay at my house that night also, and next day, after embracing me, returned home, well pleased with the reception I had given them, and to find I did not make an improper use of the riches heaven had blessed me with. I thanked them both, and regarded the permission they gave me to cultivate their friendship and to visit them as a great honour. The caliph was so attentive to Khaujeh Hassan's story, that he had not perceived the end of it but by his silence. "Khaujeh Hassan," said he, "I have not for a long time heard anything that has given me so much pleasure, as having been informed of the wonderful ways by which God gave thee thy riches to make thee happy in this world. Thou oughtest to continue to return him thanks, by the good use thou makest of his blessings. I am glad I can tell thee, that the same diamond which made thy fortune is now in my treasury, and I am happy to learn how it came there; but because there may remain in Saadi some doubts on the singularity of this diamond, which I esteem the most precious and valuable jewel I possess,
I would have you carry it with Saad to my treasurer, who shall shew it them, to remove Saadi's unbelief, and to let him see that money is not the only means of making a poor man rich in a short time, without labour. I would also have you tell the keeper of my treasury this story, that he may have it put into writing, and that it may be kept with the diamond." After these words, the caliph signified to Khaujeh Hassan, Syed Nalmaun, and Baba Abdullah, by bowing of his head, that he was satisfied with them. They all took their leave by prostrating themselves at the throne, and then retired. Section 28.
Section 29 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Story of Ali Baba and the 40 Robbers Destroyed by a Slave. Part 1. In a town in Persia there lived 2 brothers, one named Cassim, the other Ali Baba. Their father left them scarcely anything, but as he had divided his little property equally between them, it should seem their fortune ought to have been equal, but chance determined otherwise. Cassim married a wife who soon after became heiress to a large sum and a warehouse full of rich goods, so that he all at once became one of the richest and most considerable merchants, and lived at his ease. Ali Baba, on the other hand, who had married a woman as poor as himself, lived in a very wretched habitation, and had no other means to maintain his wife and children but his daily labour of cutting wood, and bringing it upon 3 asses, which were his whole substance, to town to sell. One day, when Ali Baba was in the forest, and had just cut wood enough to load his asses, he saw at a distance a great cloud of dust, which seemed to be driven towards him. He observed it very attentively, and distinguished soon after a body of horse. Though there had been no rumour of robbers in that country, Ali Baba began to think that they might prove such, and without considering what might become of his asses, was resolved to save himself. He climbed up a large thick tree, whose branches, at a little distance from the ground, were so close to one another that there was but little space between them. He placed himself in the middle, from whence he could see all that passed without being discovered, and the tree stood at the base of a single rock, so steep and craggy that nobody could climb up it. The troop, who were all well mounted and armed, came to the foot of this rock, and there dismounted. Ali Baba counted 40 of them, and from their looks and equipage was assured that they were robbers. Nor was he mistaken in his opinion, for they were a troop of banditti, who, without doing any harm to the neighbourhood, robbed at a distance, and made that place their rendezvous. But what confirmed him in his opinion was that every man unbridled his horse, tied him to some shrub, and hung about his neck a bag of corn, which they brought behind them. Then each of them took his saddle wallet, which seemed to Ali Baba to be full of gold and silver from its weight. One, who was the most personable amongst them, and whom he took to be their captain, came with his wallet on his back under the tree in which Ali Baba was concealed, and making his way through some shrubs, pronounced these words so distinctly, "Open, Sesame," that Ali Baba heard him. As soon as the captain of the robbers had uttered these words, a door opened in the rock, and after he had made all his troop enter before him, he followed them, when the door shut again of itself. The robbers stayed some time within the rock, and Ali Baba, who feared that some one, or all of them together, might come out and catch him, if he should endeavour to make his escape, was obliged to sit patiently in the tree. He was nevertheless tempted to get down, mount one of their horses, and lead another, driving his asses before him with all the haste he could to town, but the uncertainty of the event made him choose the safest course. At last the door opened again, and the 40 robbers came out. As the captain went in last, he came out first, and stood to see them all pass by him. When Ali Baba heard him make the door close by pronouncing these words, "Shut, Sesame," every man went and bridled his horse, fastened his wallet, and mounted again. And when the captain saw them all ready, he put himself at their head, and they returned the way they had come. Ali Baba did not immediately quit his tree, for, said he to himself, they may have forgotten something, and may come back again, and then I shall be taken. He followed them with his eyes as far as he could see them, and afterwards stayed a considerable time before he descended. Remembering the words the captain of the robbers used to cause the door to open and shut, he had the curiosity to try if his pronouncing them would have the same effect. Accordingly, he went among the shrubs, and perceiving the door concealed behind them, stood before it and said, "Open, Sesame." The door instantly flew wide open. Ali Baba, who expected a dark dismal cavern, was surprised to see it well lighted and spacious, in form of a vault, which received the light from an opening at the top of the rock. He saw all sorts of provisions, rich bales of silk, stuff, brocade, and valuable carpeting, piled upon one another, gold and silver ingots in great heaps, and money in bags. The sight of all these riches made him suppose that this cave must have been occupied for ages by robbers who had succeeded one another. Ali Baba did not stand long to consider what he should do, but went immediately into the cave, and as soon as he had entered, the door shut of itself. But this did not disturb him, because he knew the secret to open it again. He never regarded the silver, but made the best use of his time in carrying out as much of the gold coin, which was in bags, at several times, as he thought his 3 asses could carry. He collected his asses, which were dispersed, and when he had loaded them with the bags, laid wood over in such a manner that they could not be seen. When he had done, he stood before the door, and pronouncing the words, "Shut, Sesame," the door closed after him, for it had shut of itself while he was within, but remained open while he was out. He then made the best of his way to town. When Ali Baba got home, he drove his asses into a little yard, shut the gates very carefully, threw off the wood that covered the bags, carried them into his house, and ranged them in order before his wife, who sat on a sofa. His wife handled the bags, and finding them full of money, suspected that her husband had been robbing, insomuch that she could not help saying, "Ali Baba, have you been so unhappy as to—" "Be quiet, wife," interrupted Ali Baba. "Do not frighten yourself. I am no robber, unless he may be one who steals from robbers. You will no longer entertain an ill opinion of me, when I shall tell you my good fortune." He then emptied the bags, which raised such a great heap of gold as dazzled his wife's eyes, and when he had done, told her the whole adventure from beginning to end, and above all recommended her to keep it secret. The wife, cured of her fears, rejoiced with her husband at their good fortune, and would count all the gold piece by piece. "Wife," replied Ali Baba, "you do not know what you undertake when you pretend to count the money. You will never have done. I will dig a hole and bury it. There is no time to be lost." "You are in the right, husband," replied she, "but let us know, as nigh as possible, how much we have. I will borrow a small measure in the neighbourhood, and measure it, while you dig the hole." "What you are going to do is to no purpose, wife," said Ali Baba. "If you would take my advice, you had better let it alone, but keep the secret, and do what you please." Away the wife ran to her brother-in-law Cassim, who lived just by, but was not then at home, and addressing herself to his wife, desired her to lend her a measure for a little while. Her sister-in-law asked her whether she would have a great or a small one. The other asked for a small one. She bade her stay a little, and she would readily fetch one. The sister-in-law did so, but as she knew Ali Baba's poverty, she was curious to know what sort of grain his wife wanted to measure, and artfully putting some suet at the bottom of the measure, brought it to her with an excuse that she was sorry that she had made her stay so long, but that she could not find it sooner. Ali Baba's wife went home, set the measure upon the heap of gold, filled it and emptied it often upon the sofa, till she had done, when she was very well satisfied to find the number of measures amounted to so many as they did, and went to tell her husband, who had almost finished digging the hole. While Ali Baba was burying the gold, his wife, to show her exactness and diligence to her sister-in-law, carried the measure back again, but without taking notice that a piece of gold had stuck to the bottom. "Sister," said she, giving it to her again, "you see that I have not kept your measure long. I am obliged to you for it, and return it with thanks." As soon as Ali Baba's wife was gone, Cassim's looked at the bottom of the measure, and was in inexpressible surprise to find a piece of gold stuck to it. Envy immediately possessed her breast. "What," said she, "has Ali Baba gold so plentiful as to measure it? Where has that poor wretch got all this wealth?" Cassim, her husband, was not at home, but at his counting house, which he left always in the evening. His wife waited for him, and thought the time an age, so great was her impatience to tell him the circumstance, at which she guessed he would be as much surprised as herself. When Cassim came home, his wife said to him, "Cassim, I know you think yourself rich, but you are much mistaken. Ali Baba is infinitely richer than you. He does not count his money, but measures it." Cassim desired her to explain the riddle, which she did, by telling him the stratagem she had used to make the discovery, and showed him the piece of money, which was so old that they could not tell in what prince's reign it was coined. Cassim, instead of being pleased, conceived a base envy at his brother's prosperity. He could not sleep all that night, and went to him in the morning before sunrise. Cassim, after he had married the rich widow, had never treated Ali Baba as a brother, but neglected him. "Ali Baba," said he, accosting him, "you are very reserved in your affairs. You pretend to be miserably poor, and yet you measure gold." "How, brother?" replied Ali Baba, "I do not know what you mean. Explain yourself." "Do not pretend ignorance," replied Cassim, showing him the piece of gold his wife had given him. "How many of these pieces," added he, "have you?" "My wife found this at the bottom of the measure you borrowed yesterday." By this discourse Ali Baba perceived that Cassim and his wife, through his own wife's folly, knew what they had so much reason to conceal, but what was done could not be recalled. Therefore, without showing the least surprise or trouble, he confessed all, told his brother by what chance he had discovered this retreat of the thieves, in what place it was, and offered him part of his treasure to keep the secret. "I expect as much," replied Cassim haughtily, "but I must know exactly where this treasure is, and how I may visit it myself when I choose. Otherwise I will go and inform against you, and then you will not only get no more, but will lose all you have, and I shall have a share for my information." Ali Baba, more out of his natural good temper than frightened by the insulting menaces of his unnatural brother, told him all he desired, and even the very words he was to use to gain admission into the cave. Cassim, who wanted no more of Ali Baba, left him, resolving to be beforehand with him, and hoping to get all the treasure to himself. He rose the next morning long before the sun, and set out for the forest with 10 mules bearing great chests, which he designed to fill, and followed the road which Ali Baba had pointed out to him. He was not long before he reached the rock, and found out the place by the tree, and other marks which his brother had given him. When he reached the entrance of the cavern, he pronounced the words, "Open, Sesame!" The door immediately opened, and when he was in, closed upon him. In examining the cave, he was in great admiration to find much more riches than he had apprehended from Ali Baba's relation. He was so covetous and greedy of wealth, that he could have spent the whole day in feasting his eyes with so much treasure, if the thought that he came to carry some away had not hindered him. He laid as many bags of gold as he could carry at the door of the cavern, but his thoughts were so full of the great riches he should possess, that he could not think of the necessary word to make it open, but instead of Sesame said, "Open, barley," and was much amazed to find that the door remained fast shut. He named several sorts of grain, but still the door would not open. Cassim had never expected such an incident, and was so alarmed at the danger he was in, that the more he endeavoured to remember the word Sesame, the more his memory was confounded, and he had as much forgotten it as if he had never heard it mentioned. He threw down the bags he had loaded himself with, and walked distractedly up and down the cave, without having the least regard to the riches that were around him. About noon, the robbers chanced to visit their cave, and at some distance from it saw Cassim's mules straggling about the rock, with great chests on their backs. Alarmed at this novelty, they galloped full speed to the cave. They drove away the mules, which Cassim had neglected to fasten, and they strayed through the forest so far that they were soon out of sight. The robbers never gave themselves the trouble to pursue them, being more concerned to know who they belonged to; and while some of them searched about the rock, the captain and the rest went directly to the door, with their naked sabres in their hands, and pronouncing the proper words, it opened. Cassim, who heard the noise of the horses' feet from the middle of the cave, never doubted of the arrival of the robbers, and his approaching death, but was resolved to make one effort to escape from them. To this end he rushed to the door, and no sooner heard the word Sesame, which he had forgotten, and saw the door open, than he ran out and threw the leader down, but could not escape the other robbers, who with their sabres soon deprived him of life. The first care of the robbers after this was to examine the cave. They found all the bags which Cassim had brought to the door, to be ready to load his mules, and carried them again to their places, without missing what Ali Baba had taken away before. Then holding a council, and deliberating upon this occurrence, they guessed that Cassim, when he was in, could not get out again, but could not imagine how he had entered. It came into their heads that he might have got down by the top of the cave, but the aperture by which it received light was so high, and the rock so inaccessible without, besides that nothing showed that he had done so, that they gave up this conjecture. That he came in at the door they could not believe, however, unless he had the secret of making it open. In short, none of them could imagine which way he had entered, for they were all persuaded nobody knew their secret, little imagining that Ali Baba had watched them. It was a matter of the greatest importance to them to secure their riches. They agreed therefore to cut Cassim's body into 4 quarters, to hang 2 on one side and 2 on the other within the door of the cave, to terrify any person who should attempt the same thing, determining not to return to the cave till the stench of the body was completely exhaled. They had no sooner taken this resolution than they put it in execution, and when they had nothing more to detain them, left the place of their hoards well closed. They mounted their horses, went to beat the roads again, and to attack the caravans they might meet. In the meantime, Cassim's wife was very uneasy when night came, and her husband was not returned. She ran to Ali Baba in alarm, and said, "I believe, brother-in-law, that you know Cassim your brother is gone to the forest, and upon what account. It is now night, and he is not returned. I am afraid some misfortune has happened to him." Ali Baba, who had expected that his brother, after what he had said, would go to the forest, had declined going himself that day, for fear of giving him any umbrage; therefore told her, without any reflection upon her husband's unhandsome behaviour, that she need not frighten herself, for that certainly Cassim would not think it proper to come into the town till the night should be pretty far advanced. Cassim's wife, considering how much it concerned her husband to keep the business secret, was the more easily persuaded to believe her brother-in-law. She went home again and waited patiently till midnight. Then her fear redoubled, and her grief was the more sensible because she was forced to keep it to herself. She repented of her foolish curiosity, and cursed her desire of penetrating into the affairs of her brother and sister-in-law. She spent all the night in weeping, and as soon as it was day went to them, telling them by her tears the cause of her coming. Ali Baba did not wait for his sister-in-law to desire him to go to see what was become of Cassim, but departed immediately with his 3 asses, begging of her first to moderate her affliction. He went to the forest, and when he came near the rock, having seen neither his brother nor the mules in his way, was seriously alarmed at finding some blood spilt near the door, which he took for an ill omen. But when he had pronounced the word, and the door had opened, he was struck with horror at the dismal sight of his brother's quarters. He was not long in determining how he should pay the last dues to his brother, but without adverting to the little fraternal affection he had shown for him, went into the cave to find something to enshroud his remains, and having loaded one of his asses with them, covered them over with wood. The other 2 asses he loaded with bags of gold, covering them with wood also as before, and then bidding the door shut, came away, but was so cautious as to stop some time at the end of the forest, that he might not go into the town before night. When he came home, he drove the 2 asses loaded with gold into his little yard, and left the care of unloading them to his wife, while he led the other to his sister-in-law's house. Ali Baba knocked at the door, which was opened by Morgiana, an intelligent slave, fruitful in inventions to ensure success in the most difficult undertakings, and Ali Baba knew her to be such. When he came into the court, he unloaded the ass, and taking Morgiana aside, said to her, "The first thing I ask of you is an inviolable secrecy, which you will find is necessary both for your mistress's sake and mine. Your master's body is contained in these 2 bundles, and our business is to bury him as if he had died a natural death. Go tell your mistress I want to speak with her, and mind what I have said to you." Morgiana went to her mistress, and Ali Baba followed her. "Well, brother," said she with great impatience, "what news do you bring me of my husband? I perceive no comfort in your countenance." "Sister," answered Ali Baba, "I cannot satisfy your inquiries unless you hear my story from the beginning to the end without speaking a word, for it is of as great importance to you as to me to keep what has happened secret." "Alas," said she, "this preamble lets me know that my husband is not to be found, but at the same time I know the necessity of the secrecy you require, and I must constrain myself. Say on, I will hear you." Ali Baba then detailed the incidents of his journey, till he came to the finding of Cassim's body. "Now," said he, "sister, I have something to relate which will afflict you the more, because it is perhaps what you so little expect; but it cannot now be remedied. If my endeavours can comfort you, I offer to put that which God hath sent me to what you have, and marry you, assuring you that my wife will not be jealous, and that we shall live happily together. If this proposal is agreeable to you, we must think of acting so as that my brother should appear to have died a natural death. I think you may leave the management of the business to Morgiana, and I will contribute all that lies in my power to your consolation." What could Cassim's widow do better than accept of this proposal? For though her first husband had left behind him a plentiful substance, his brother was now much richer, and by the discovery of this treasure might be still more so. Instead, therefore, of rejecting the offer, she regarded it as the sure means of comfort, and drying up her tears, which had begun to flow abundantly, and suppressing the outcries usual with women who have lost their husbands, showed Ali Baba that she approved of his proposal. Ali Baba left the widow, recommended to Morgiana to act her part well, and then returned home with his ass. Morgiana went out at the same time to an apothecary, and asked for a sort of lozenges, which he prepared, and were very efficacious in the most dangerous disorders. The apothecary inquired who was ill at her master's. She replied with a sigh, her good master Cassim himself, that they knew not what his disorder was, but that he could neither eat nor speak. After these words, Morgiana carried the lozenges home with her, and the next morning went to the same apothecary's again, and with tears in her eyes asked for an essence which they used to give to sick people only when at the last extremity. "Alas!" said she, taking it from the apothecary, "I am afraid that this remedy will have no better effect than the lozenges, and that I shall lose my good master." On the other hand, as Ali Baba and his wife were often seen to go between Cassim's and their own house all that day, and to seem melancholy, nobody was surprised in the evening to hear the lamentable shrieks and cries of Cassim's wife and Morgiana, who gave out everywhere that her master was dead.
Section 29. Section 30 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Story of Ali Baba and the 40 Robbers Destroyed by a Slave, Part 2. The next morning, soon after day appeared, Morgiana, who knew a certain old cobbler that opened his stall early before other people, went to him, and bidding him good morrow, put a piece of gold into his hand. "Well," said Baba Mustapha, which was his name, and who was a merry old fellow, looking at the gold, though it was hardly daylight, and seeing what it was, "this is good hansel. What must I do for it? I am ready." "Baba Mustapha," said Morgiana, "you must take with you your sewing tackle and go with me, but I must tell you I shall blindfold you when you come to such a place." Baba Mustapha seemed to hesitate a little at these words. "Oh, replied he, "you would have me do something against my conscience or against my honour?" "God forbid," said Morgiana, putting another piece of gold into his hand, "that I should ask anything that is contrary to your honour. Only come along with me, and fear nothing." Baba Mustapha went with Morgiana, who, after she had bound his eyes with a handkerchief at the place she had mentioned, conveyed him to her deceased master's house, and never unloosed his eyes till he had entered the room where she had put the corpse together. "Baba Mustapha," said she, "you must make haste and sew these quarters together, and when you have done, I will give you another piece of gold." After Baba Mustapha had finished his task, she blindfolded him again, gave him the third piece of gold as she had promised, and recommending secrecy to him, carried him back to the place where she first bound his eyes, pulled off the bandage, and let him go home, but watched him that he returned towards his stall, till he was quite out of sight, for fear he should have the curiosity to return and dodge her. She then went home. By the time Morgiana had warmed some water to wash the body, Ali Baba came with incense to embalm it, after which it was sewn up in a winding sheet. Not long after, the joiner, according to Ali Baba's orders, brought the bier, which Morgiana received at the door, and helped Ali Baba to put the body into it, when she went to the mosque to inform the imam that they were ready. The people of the mosque, whose business it was to wash the dead, offered to perform their duty, but she told them that it was done already. Morgiana had scarcely got home before the imam and the other ministers of the mosque arrived, 4 neighbours carried the corpse on their shoulders to the burying ground, following the imam, who recited some prayers. Morgiana, as a slave to the deceased, followed the corpse, weeping, beating her breast, and tearing her hair; and Ali Baba came after with some neighbours, who often relieved the others in carrying the corpse to the burying ground. Cassim's wife stayed at home mourning, uttering lamentable cries with the women of the neighbourhood, who came according to custom during the funeral, and joining their lamentations with hers, filled the quarter far and near with sorrow. In this manner Cassim's melancholy death was concealed and hushed up between Ali Baba, his wife, Cassim's widow, and Morgiana, with so much contrivance that nobody in the city had the least knowledge or suspicion of the cause of it. 3 or 4 days after the funeral, Ali Baba removed his few goods openly to the widow's home, but the money he had taken from the robbers he conveyed thither by night. Soon after, the marriage with his sister-in-law was published, and as these marriages are common, nobody was surprised. As for Cassim's warehouse, Ali Baba gave it to his own eldest son, promising that if he managed it well, he would soon give him a fortune to marry very advantageously according to his situation. Let us now leave Ali Baba to enjoy the beginning of his good fortune, and return to the 40 robbers. They came again at the appointed time to visit their retreat in the forest, but great was their surprise to find Cassim's body taken away, with some of their bags of gold. "We are certainly discovered," said the captain, "and if we do not speedily apply some remedy, shall gradually lose all the riches which our ancestors and ourselves have with so much pains and danger been so many years amassing together. All that we can think of the loss which we have sustained is, that the thief whom we surprised had the secret of opening the door, and we came luckily as he was coming out; but his body being removed, and with it some of our money, plainly shews that he had an accomplice; and as it is likely that there were but 2 who had discovered our secret, and 1 has been caught, we must look narrowly after the other. What say you, my lads?" All the robbers thought the captain's proposal so advisable, that they unanimously approved of it, and agreed that they must lay all other enterprises aside to follow this closely, and not give it up till they had succeeded. "I expected no less," said the captain, "from your fidelity to our cause. But first of all, one of you who is bold, artful, and enterprising, must go into the town, disguised as a traveller and a stranger, to try if he can hear any talk of the strange death of the man whom we have killed as he deserved, and endeavour to find out who he was and where he lived. This is a matter of the first importance for us to ascertain, that we may do nothing which we may have reason to repent of, by discovering ourselves in a country where we have lived so long unknown, and where we have so much reason to continue; but to warn him who shall take upon himself this commission, and to prevent our being deceived by his giving us a false report, which may be the cause of our ruin, I ask you all, if you do not think that in case of treachery or even error of judgment, he should suffer death." Without waiting for the suffrages of his companions, one of the robbers started up and said, "I submit to this condition, and think it an honour to expose my life by taking the commission upon me; but remember, at least, if I do not succeed, that I neither wanted courage nor good will to serve the troop." After this robber had received great commendations from the captain and his comrades, he disguised himself so that nobody would take him for what he was, and taking his leave of the troop that night, went into the town just at daybreak, and walked up and down, till accidentally he came to Baba Mustapha's stall, which was always open before any of the shops. Baba Mustapha was seated with an awl in his hand, just going to work. The robber saluted him, bidding him good morrow, and perceiving that he was old, said, "Honest man, you begin to work very early. Is it possible that one of your age can see so well?" I question, even if it were somewhat lighter, whether you could see to stitch." "Certainly," replied Baba Mustapha, "you must be a stranger, and do not know me; for old as I am, I have extraordinary good eyes; and you will not doubt it when I tell you that I sewed a dead body together in a place where I had not so much light as I have now." The robber was overjoyed to think that he had addressed himself at his first coming into the town to a man who in all probability could give him the intelligence he wanted. "A dead body!" replied he with affected amazement, to make him explain himself. "What could you sew up a dead body for? You mean you sewed up his winding sheet." "No, no," answered Baba Mustapha, "I perceive your meaning; you want to have me speak out, but you shall know no more." The robber wanted no farther assurance to be persuaded that he had discovered what he sought. He pulled out a piece of gold, and putting it into Baba Mustapha's hand, said to him, "I do not want to learn your secret, though I can assure you I would not divulge it, if you trusted me with it. The only thing which I desire of you is, to do me the favour to show me the house where you stitched up the dead body." "If I were disposed to do you that favour," replied Baba Mustapha, holding the money in his hand ready to return it, "I assure you I cannot; and you may believe me on my word. I was taken to a certain place where I was blinded. I was then led to the house, and afterwards brought back again in the same manner. You see therefore the impossibility of my doing what you desire." "Well," said the robber, "you may, however, remember a little of the way that you were led blindfolded. Come, let me blind your eyes at the same place. We will walk together. Perhaps you may recognize some part; and as everybody ought to be paid for their trouble, there is another piece of gold for you. Gratify me in what I ask you." So saying, he put another piece of gold into his hand. The two pieces of gold were great temptations to Baba Mustapha. He looked at them a long time in his hand, without saying a word, thinking with himself what he should do; but at last he pulled out his purse and put them in. "I cannot assure you," said he to the robber, "that I can remember the way exactly; but since you desire, I will try what I can do." At these words Baba Mustapha rose up, to the great joy of the robber, and without shutting his shop, where he had nothing valuable to lose, he led the robber to the place where Morgiana had bound his eyes. "It was here," said Baba Mustapha, "I was blindfolded, and I turned as you see me." The robber, who had his handkerchief ready, tied it over his eyes, walked by him till he stopped, partly leading and partly guided by him. "I think," said Baba Mustapha, "I went no farther." And he had now stopped directly at Cassim's house, where Ali Baba then lived. The thief, before he pulled off the band, marked the door with a piece of chalk, which he had ready in his hand, and then asked him if he knew whose house that was; to which Baba Mustapha replied, that as he did not live in that neighbourhood, he could not tell. The robber, finding he could discover no more from Baba Mustapha, thanked him for the trouble he had taken, and left him to go back to his stall, while he returned to the forest, persuaded that he should be very well received. A little after the robber and Baba Mustapha had parted, Morgiana went out of Ali Baba's house upon some errand, and upon her return, seeing the mark the robber had made, stopped to observe it. "What can be the meaning of this mark?" said she to herself. "Somebody intends my master no good. However, with whatever intention it was done, it is advisable to guard against the worst." Accordingly, she fetched a piece of chalk, and marked 2 or 3 doors on each side in the same manner, without saying a word to her master or mistress. In the mean time, the thief rejoined his troop in the forest, and recounted to them his success, expatiating upon his good fortune in meeting so soon with the only person who could inform him of what he wanted to know. All the robbers listened to him with the utmost satisfaction. when the captain, after commending his diligence, addressed himself to them all, said, "Comrades, we have no time to lose. Let us set off well armed, without its appearing who we are; but that we may not excite any suspicion, let only one or two go into the town together, and join at our rendezvous, which shall be the great square. In the meantime, our comrade who brought us the good news, and I, will go and find out the house, that we may consult what had best be done." This speech and plan were approved of by all, and they were soon ready. They filed off in parties of 2 each, after some interval of time, and got into the town without being in the least suspected. The captain, and he who had visited the town in the morning as spy, came in the last. He led the captain into the street where he had marked Ali Baba's residence, and when they came to the first of the houses which Morgiana had marked, he pointed it out. But the captain observed that the next door was chalked in the same manner, and in the same place, and showing it to his guide, asked him which house it was, that or the first. The guide was so confounded that he knew not what answer to make, but still more puzzled when he and the captain saw 5 or 6 houses similarly marked. He assured the captain with an oath that he had marked but one, and could not tell who had chalked the rest, so that he could not distinguish the house which the cobbler had stopped at. The captain, finding that their design had proved abortive, went directly to the place of rendezvous, and told the first of his troops whom he met that they had lost their labour, and must return to their cave. He himself set them the example, and they all returned as they had come. When the troop was all got together, the captain told them the reason of their returning, and presently the conductor was declared by all worthy of death. He condemned himself, acknowledging that he ought to have taken better precaution, and prepared to receive the stroke from him who was appointed to cut off his head. But as the safety of the troop required that an injury should not go unpunished, another of the gang, who promised himself that he should succeed better, presented himself, and his offer being accepted, he went and corrupted Baba Mustapha as the other had done, and being shown the house, marked it in a place more remote from sight, with red chalk. Not long after, Morgiana, whose eyes nothing could escape, went out, and seeing the red chalk, and arguing with herself as she had done before, marked the other neighbours' houses in the same place and manner. The robber, at his return to his company, valued himself much on the precaution he had taken, which he looked upon as an infallible way of distinguishing Ali Baba's house from the others, and the captain and all of them thought it must succeed. They conveyed themselves into the town with the same precaution as before, but when the robber and his captain came to the street, they found the same difficulty, at which the captain was enraged, and the robber in as great confusion as his predecessor. Thus the captain and his troop were forced to retire a second time, and much more dissatisfied, while the robber, who had been the author of the mistake, underwent the same punishment, which he willingly submitted to. The captain, having lost 2 brave fellows of his troop, was afraid of diminishing it too much by pursuing this plan to get information of the residence of their plunderer. He found by their example that their heads were not so good as their hands on such occasions, and therefore resolved to take upon himself the important commission. Accordingly, he went and addressed himself to Baba Mustapha, who did him the same service he had done to the other robbers. He did not set any particular mark on the house, but examined and observed it so carefully, by passing often by it, that it was impossible for him to mistake it. The captain, well satisfied with his attempt, and informed of what he wanted to know, returned to the forest, and when he came into the cave where the troop waited for him, said, "Now, comrades, nothing can prevent our full revenge, as I am certain of the house, and in my way hither I have thought how to put it into execution, but if any one can form a better expedient, let him communicate it." He then told them his contrivance, and as they approved of it, ordered them to go into the villages about and buy 19 mules, with 38 large leather jars, one full of oil and the others empty. In 2 or 3 days' time the robbers had purchased the mules and jars, and as the mouths of the jars were rather too narrow for his purpose, the captain caused them to be widened, and after having put one of his men into each, with the weapons which he thought fit, leaving open the seam which had been undone to leave them room to breathe, he rubbed the jars on the outside with oil from the full vessel. Things being thus prepared, when the 19 mules were loaded with 37 robbers in jars and the jar of oil, the captain as their driver set out with them, and reached the town by the dusk of the evening as he had intended. He led them through the streets till he came to Ali Baba's, at whose door he designed to have knocked, but was prevented by his sitting there after supper to take a little fresh air. He stopped the mules, addressed himself to him, and said, "I have brought some oil a great way to sell at tomorrow's market, and it is now so late that I do not know where to lodge. If I should not be troublesome to you, do me the favour to let me pass the night with you, and I shall be very much obliged by your hospitality." Though Ali Baba had seen the captain of the robbers in the forest, and had heard him speak, it was impossible to know him in the disguise of an oil merchant. He told him he should be welcome, and immediately opened his gates for the mules to go into the yard. At the same time he called to a slave, and ordered him, when the mules were unloaded, not only to put them into the stable, but to give them fodder, and then went to Morgiana, to bid her get a good supper for his guest. He did more, to make his guest as welcome as possible. When he saw the captain had unloaded his mules, and that they were put into the stables as he had ordered, and he was looking for a place to pass the night in the air, he brought him into a hall, where he received his company, telling him he would not suffer him to be in the court. The captain excused himself on pretence of not being troublesome, but really to have room to execute his design, and it was not till after the most pressing importunity that he yielded. Ali Baba, not content to keep company with the man who had a design on his life till supper was ready, continued talking with him till it was ended, and repeating his offer of service. The captain rose up at the same time with his host, and while Ali Baba went to speak to Morgiana, he withdrew into the yard under pretence of looking at his mules. Ali Baba, after charging Morgiana afresh to take care of his guest, said to her, "Tomorrow morning I design to go to the bath before day. Take care my bathing linen be ready. Give them to Abdullah," which was the slave's name, "and make me some good broth against I return." After this he went to bed. In the meantime the captain of the robbers went from the stable to give his people orders what to do, and beginning at the first jar, and so on to the last, said to each man, "As soon as I throw some stones out of the chamber window where I lie, do not fail to cut the jar open with the knife you have about you for the purpose, and come out, and I will immediately join you." After this he returned into the house, when Morgiana, taking up a light, conducted him to his chamber, where she left him; and he, to avoid any suspicion, put the light out soon after, and laid himself down in his clothes, that he might be the more ready to rise. Morgiana, remembering Ali Baba's orders, got his bathing linen ready, and ordered Abdullah to set on the pot for the broth; but while she was preparing it, the lamp went out, and there was no more oil in the house, nor any candles. What to do she did not know, for the broth must be made. Abdullah, seeing her very uneasy, said, "Do not fret and tease yourself, but go into the yard, and take some oil out of one of the jars." Morgiana thanked Abdullah for his advice, took the oil pot, and went into the yard, when, as she came nigh the first jar, the robber within said softly, "Is it time?" Though the robber spoke low, Morgiana was struck with the voice the more, because the captain, when he unloaded the mules, had taken the lids off this and all the other jars, to give air to his men, who were ill enough at their ease, almost wanting room to breathe. As much surprised as Morgiana naturally was at finding a man in a jar instead of the oil she wanted, many would have made such a noise as to have given an alarm, which would have been attended with fatal consequences; whereas Morgiana, comprehending immediately the importance of keeping silence, from the danger Ali Baba, his family, and herself were in, and the necessity of applying a speedy remedy without noise, conceived at once the means, and collecting herself without showing the least emotions, answered, "Not yet, but presently." She went in this manner to all the jars, giving the same answer, till she came to the jar of oil. By this means Morgiana found that her master Ali Baba, who thought that he had entertained an oil merchant, had admitted 38 robbers into his house, regarding this pretended merchant as their captain. She made what haste she could to fill her oil pot, and returned into her kitchen, where, as soon as she had lighted her lamp, she took a great kettle, went again to the oil jar, filled the kettle, set it on a large wood fire, and, as soon as it boiled, went and poured enough into every jar to stifle and destroy the robber within. When this action, worthy of the courage of Morgiana, was executed without any noise, as she had projected, she returned into the kitchen with the empty kettle, and having put out the great fire she had made to boil the oil, and leaving just enough to make the broth, put out the lamp also, and remained silent, resolving not to go to rest till she had observed what might follow through a window of the kitchen which opened into the yard. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Story of Ali Baba and the 40 Robbers Destroyed by a Slave, Part 3. She had not waited long before the captain of the robbers got up, opened the window, and finding no light, and hearing no noise, or any one stirring in the house, gave the appointed signal by throwing little stones, several of which hit the jars, as he doubted not by the sound they gave. He then listened, but not hearing or perceiving anything whereby he could judge that his companion stirred, he began to grow very uneasy, threw stones again a second and also a third time, and could not comprehend the reason that none of them should answer his signal. Much alarmed, he went softly down into the yard, and going to the first jar, whilst asking the robber whom he thought alive if he was in readiness, smelt the hot boiled oil, which sent forth a steam out of the jar. Hence he suspected that his plot to murder Ali Baba and plunder his house was discovered. Examining all the jars one after another, he found that all his gang were dead, and by the oil he missed out of the last jar, guessed the means and manner of their death. Enraged to despair at having failed in his design, he forced the lock of a door that led from the yard to the garden, and climbing over the walls, made his escape. When Morgiana heard no noise, and found after waiting some time that the captain did not return, she concluded that he had chosen rather to make his escape by the garden than the street door, which was double locked. Satisfied and pleased to have succeeded so well in saving her master and family, she went to bed. Ali Baba rose before day, and, followed by his slave, went to the baths, entirely ignorant of the important event which had happened at home, for Morgiana had not thought it safe to wake him before, for fear of losing her opportunity, and after her successful exploit she thought it needless to disturb him. When he returned from the baths, the sun was risen. He was very much surprised to see the oil jars, and that the merchant was not gone with the mules. He asked Morgiana, who opened the door, and had let all things stand as they were, that he might see them, the reason of it. "My good master," answered she, "God preserve you and all your family. You will be better informed of what you wish to know when you have seen what I have to shew you, if you will but give yourself the trouble to follow me." As soon as Morgiana had shut the door, Ali Baba followed her, when she requested him to look into the first jar and see if there was any oil. Ali Baba did so, and seeing a man, started back in alarm, and cried out. "Do not be afraid," said Morgiana, "the man you see there can neither do you nor anybody else any harm. He is dead." "Ah, Morgiana," said Ali Baba, "what is it you shew me? Explain yourself." "I will," replied Morgiana. "Moderate your astonishment, and do not excite the curiosity of your neighbours, for it is of great importance to keep this affair secret. Look into all the other jars." Ali Baba examined all the other jars one after another, and when he came to that which had the oil in, found it prodigiously sunk, and stood for some time motionless, sometimes looking at the jars, and sometimes at Morgiana, without saying a word, so great was his surprise. At last, when he had recovered himself, he said, "And what is become of the merchant?" "Merchant," answered she, "he is as much one as I am. I will tell you who he is, and what is become of him; but you had better hear my story in your own chamber, for it is time for your health that you had your broth after your bathing." While Ali Baba retired to his chamber, Morgiana went into the kitchen to fetch the broth. But before he would drink it, he first entreated her to satisfy his impatience, and tell him what had happened, with all the circumstances, and she obeyed him. "Last night, sir," said she, "when you were gone to bed, I got your bathing linens ready, and gave them to Abdoollah. Afterwards I set on the pot for the broth, but as I was preparing the materials, the lamp for want of oil went out, and as there was not a drop more in the house, I looked for a candle, but could not find one. Abdoollah, seeing me vexed, put me in mind of the jars of oil which stood in the yard. I took the oil pot, went directly to the jar which stood nearest to me, and when I came to it, heard a voice within saying, 'Is it time?' Without being dismayed, and comprehending immediately the malicious intention of the pretended oil merchant, I answered, 'Not yet, but presently.' I then went to the next, when another voice asked me the same question, and I returned the same answer, and so on till I came to the last, which I found full of oil, with which I filled my pot. When I considered that there were 37 robbers in the yard, who only waited for a signal to be given by the captain, whom you took to be an oil merchant, and entertained so handsomely, I thought there was no time to be lost. I carried my pot of oil into the kitchen, lighted the lamp, afterwards took the biggest kettle I had, went and filled it full of oil, set it on the fire to boil, and then poured as much into each jar as was sufficient to prevent them from executing the pernicious design they had meditated. After this I retired into the kitchen, and put out the lamp, but before I went to bed, waited at the window to know what measures the pretended merchant would take. After I had watched some time for the signal, he threw some stones out of the window against the jars, but neither hearing nor perceiving anybody stirring, after throwing 3 times, he came down, when I saw him go to every jar, after which, through the darkness of the night, I lost sight of him. I waited some time longer, and finding that he did not return, doubted not but that, seeing he had missed his aim, he had made his escape over the walls of the garden. Persuaded that the house was now safe, I went to bed. "This," said Morgiana, "is the account you asked of me, and I am convinced it is the consequence of what I observed some days ago, but did not think fit to acquaint you with; for when I came in one morning early, I found our street door marked with white chalk, and the next morning with red.
upon which both times, without knowing what was the intention of those chalks, I marked 2 or 3 neighbours' doors on each side in the same manner. If you reflect on this and what has since happened, you will find it to be a plot of the robbers of the forest, of whose gang there are 2 wanting, and now they are reduced to 3. All this shows that they had sworn your destruction, and it is proper you should be upon your guard while there is one of them alive. For my part, I shall neglect nothing necessary to your preservation, as I am in duty bound." When Morgiana had left off speaking, Ali Baba was so sensible of the great service she had done him, that he said to her, "I will not die without rewarding you as you deserve. I owe my life to you, and for the first token of my acknowledgment, give you your liberty from this moment, till I can complete your recompense as I intend. I am persuaded with you that the 40 robbers have laid snares for my destruction. God by your means has delivered me from them as yet, and I hope will continue to preserve me from their wicked designs, and by averting the danger which threatened me, will deliver the world from their persecution and their cursed race. All that we have to do is to bury the bodies of these pests of mankind immediately, and with all the secrecy imaginable, that nobody may suspect what is become of them. But that labour Abdullah and I will undertake." Ali Baba's garden was very long, and shaded at the farther end by a great number of large trees. Under these he and the slave dug a trench, long and wide enough to hold all the robbers, and as the earth was light, they were not long in doing it. Afterwards they lifted the bodies out of the jars, took away their weapons, carried them to the end of the garden, laid them in the trench, and levelled the ground again. When this was done, Ali Baba hid the jars and weapons, and as he had no occasion for the mules, he sent them at different times to be sold in the market by his slave. While Ali Baba took these measures to prevent the public from knowing how he came by his riches in so short a time, the captain of the 40 robbers returned to the forest with inconceivable mortification, and in his agitation, or rather confusion, at his ill success, so contrary to what he had promised himself, entered the cave, not being able, all the way from the town, to come to any resolution how to revenge himself of Ali Baba. The loneliness of the gloomy cavern became frightful to him. "Where are you, my brave lads?" cried he, "old companions of my watchings, inroads, and labour? What can I do without you? Did I collect you only to lose you by so base a fate, and so unworthy of your courage? Had you died with your sabres in your hands like brave men, my regret had been less. When shall I enlist so gallant a troop again? And if I could, can I undertake it without exposing so much golden treasure to him who hath already enriched himself out of it? I cannot. I ought not to think of it, before I have taken away his life. I will undertake that alone which I could not accomplish with your powerful assistance, and when I have taken measures to secure this treasure from being pillaged, I will provide for it new masters and successors after me, who shall preserve and augment it to all posterity." This resolution being taken, he was not at a loss how to execute his purpose, but, easy in his mind and full of hopes, slept all that night very quietly. When he awoke early next morning, he dressed himself agreeably to the project he had formed, went to the town, and took a lodging in a khan. As he expected what had happened at Ali Baba's might make a great noise, he asked his host what news there was in the city, upon which the innkeeper told him a great many circumstances which did not concern him in the least. He judged by this that the reason why Ali Baba kept his affairs so secret was for fear people should know where the treasure lay, and because he knew his life would be sought on account of it. This urged him the more to neglect nothing to rid himself of so cautious an enemy. The captain now assumed the character of a merchant, and conveyed gradually a great many sorts of rich stuffs and fine linen to his lodging from the cavern, but with all the necessary precautions imaginable to conceal the place whence he brought them.
In order to dispose of the merchandises, when he had amassed them together, he took a warehouse, which happened to be opposite to Cassim's, which Ali Baba's son had occupied since the death of his uncle. He took the name of Khaujeh Houssain, and as a newcomer was, according to custom, extremely civil and complaisant to all the merchants his neighbours. Ali Baba's son was from his vicinity one of the first to converse with Khaujeh Houssain, who strove to cultivate his friendship more particularly when, 2 or 3 days after he was settled, he recognized Ali Baba, who came to see his son, and stopped to talk with him as he was accustomed to do. When he was gone, the impostor learnt from his son who he was. He increased his assiduities, caressed him in the most engaging manner, made him some small presents, and often asked him to dine and sup with him, when he treated him very handsomely. Ali Baba's son did not choose to lie under such obligation to Khaujeh Houssain without making the like return, but was so much straitened for want of room in his house that he could not entertain him so well as he wished. He therefore acquainted his father Ali Baba with his intention, and told him that it did not look well for him to receive such favours from Khaujeh Houssain without inviting him in return. Ali Baba with great pleasure took the treat upon himself. "Son," said he, "tomorrow being Friday, which is a day that the shops of such great merchants as Khaujeh Houssain and yourself are shut, get him to take a walk with you, and as you come back, pass by my door and call in. It will look better to have it happen accidentally than if you gave him a formal invitation. I will go and order Morgiana to provide a supper." The next day Ali Baba's son and Khaujeh Houssain met by appointment, took their walk, and, as they returned, Ali Baba's son led Khaujeh Houssain through the street where his father lived, and when they came to the house, stopped and knocked at the door. "This, sir," said he, "is my father's house, who, from the account I have given him of your friendship, charged me to procure him the honour of your acquaintance, and I desire you to add this pleasure to those for which I am already indebted to you." Though it was the sole aim of Khaujeh Houssain to introduce himself into Ali Baba's house, that he might kill him without hazarding his own life or making any noise, yet he excused himself and offered to take his leave. But a slave having opened the door, Ali Baba's son took him obligingly by the hand, and in a manner forced him in. Ali Baba received Khaujeh Houssain with a smiling countenance, and in the most obliging manner he could wish. He thanked him for all the favours he had done his son, adding withal, the obligation was the greater as he was a young man not much acquainted with the world, and that he might contribute to his information. Khaujeh Houssain returned the compliment by assuring Ali Baba that though his son might not have acquired the experience of older men, he had good sense equal to the experience of many others. After a little more conversation on different subjects, he offered again to take his leave, when Ali Baba, stopping him, said, "Where are you going, sir, in so much haste? I beg you would do me the honour to sup with me, though what I have to give you is not worth your acceptance, but such as it is, I hope you will accept it as heartily as I give it." "Sir," replied Khaujeh Houssain, "I am thoroughly persuaded of your goodwill, and if I ask the favour of you not to take it ill that I do not accept your obliging invitation, I beg of you to believe that it does not proceed from any slight or intention to affront, but from a reason which you would approve if you knew it." "And what may that reason be, sir?" replied Ali Baba, "if I may be so bold as to ask you?" "It is," answered Khaujeh Houssain, "that I can eat no victuals that have any salt in them. Therefore judge how I should feel at your table." "If that is the only reason," said Ali Baba, "it ought not to deprive me of the honour of your company at supper; for, in the first place, there is no salt ever put into my bread, and as to the meat we shall have to night, I promise you there shall be none in that. Therefore you must do me the favour to stay. I will return immediately." Ali Baba went into the kitchen and ordered Morgiana to put no salt to the meat that was to be dressed that night,
and to make quickly 2 or 3 ragouts beside what he had ordered, but be sure to put no salt in them. Morgiana, who was always ready to obey her master, could not help this time seeming somewhat dissatisfied at his strange order. "Who is this difficult man," said she, "who eats no salt with his meat? Your supper will be spoiled if I keep it back so long." "Do not be angry, Morgiana," replied Ali Baba. "He is an honest man, therefore do as I bid you." Morgiana obeyed, though with no little reluctance, and had a curiosity to see this man who ate no salt. To this end, when she had finished what she had to do in the kitchen, she helped Abdullah to carry up the dishes, and looking at Khaujeh Houssain, knew him at first sight, notwithstanding his disguise, to be the captain of the robbers, and examining him very carefully, perceived that he had a dagger under his garment. "I am not in the least amazed," said she to herself, "that this wicked wretch, who is my master's greatest enemy, would eat no salt with him, since he intends to assassinate him; but I will prevent him." Morgiana, while they were eating, made the necessary preparations for executing one of the boldest acts ever meditated, and had just determined, when Abdullah came for the dessert of fruit, which she carried up; and as soon as Abdullah had taken the meat away, set it upon the table. After that she placed 3 glasses by Ali Baba, and going out took Abdullah with her to sup, and to give Ali Baba the more liberty of conversation with his guest. Khaujeh Houssain, or rather the captain of the robbers, thought he had now a favourable opportunity of being revenged on Ali Baba. "I will," said he to himself, "make the father and son both drunk. The son, whose life I intend to spare, will not be able to prevent my stabbing his father to the heart; and while the slaves are at supper or asleep in the kitchen, I can make my escape over the gardens as before." Instead of going to supper, Morgiana, who had penetrated the intentions of the counterfeit Khaujeh Houssain, would not give him time to put his villainous design into execution, but dressed herself neatly with a suitable head dress like a dancer, girded her waist with a silver gilt girdle, to which there hung a poniard with a hilt and guard of the same metal, and put a handsome mask on her face. When she had thus disguised herself, she said to Abdullah, "Take your tabor, and let us go and divert our master and his son's guest, as we do sometimes when he is alone." Abdullah took his tabor, and played all the way into the hall before Morgiana, who, when she came to the door, made a low obeisance, with a deliberate air, in order to draw attention, and by way of asking leave to exhibit her skill. Abdullah, seeing that his master had a mind to say something, left off playing. "Come in, Morgiana," said Ali Baba, "and let Khaujeh Houssain see what you can do, that he may tell us what he thinks of you." "But, sir," said he, turning towards his guest, "do not think that I put myself to any expense to give you this diversion, since these are my slave and my cook and housekeeper, and I hope you will not find the entertainment they give us disagreeable." Khaujeh Houssain, who did not expect this diversion after supper, began to fear he should not be able to improve the opportunity he thought he had found, but hoped, if he now missed his aim, to secure it another time, by keeping up a friendly correspondence with the father and son. Therefore, though he could have wished Ali Baba would have declined the dance, he pretended to be obliged to him for it, and had the complaisance to express his satisfaction at what he saw pleased his host. As soon as Abdullah saw that Ali Baba and Khaujeh Houssain had done talking, he began to play on the tabor, and accompanied it with an air, to which Morgiana, who was an excellent performer, danced in such a manner as would have created admiration in any other company besides that before which she now exhibited, among whom, perhaps, none but the false Khaujeh Houssain was in the least attentive to her, the rest having seen her so frequently. After she had danced several dances with equal propriety and grace, she drew the poniard, and holding it in her hand, began a dance, in which she outdid herself
by the many different figures, light movements, and the surprising leaps and wonderful exertions with which she accompanied it. Sometimes she presented the poniard to one's breast, sometimes to another's, and oftentimes seeming to strike her own. At last, as if she was out of breath, she snatched the tabor from Abdullah with her left hand, and holding the dagger in her right, presented the other side of the tabor, after the manner of those who get a livelihood by dancing, and solicit the liberality of the spectators. Ali Baba put a piece of gold into the tabor, as did also his son, and Khaujeh Houssain, seeing that she was coming to him, had pulled his purse out of his bosom to make her a present, but while he was putting his hand into it, Morgiana, with a courage and resolution worthy of herself, plunged the poniard into his heart. Ali Baba and his son, shocked at this action, cried out aloud. "Unhappy wretch!" exclaimed Ali Baba, "what have you done to ruin me and my family?" "It was to preserve, not to ruin you," answered Morgiana. "For see here," continued she, opening the pretended Khaujeh Houssain's garment, and showing the dagger, "what an enemy you had entertained. Look well at him, and you will find him to be both the fictitious oil merchant and the captain of the gang of 40 robbers. Remember too that he would eat no salt with you, and what would you have more to persuade you of his wicked design? Before I saw him, I suspected him as soon as you told me you had such a guest. I knew him, and you now find that my suspicion was not groundless." Ali Baba, who immediately felt the new obligation he had to Morgiana for saving his life a second time, embraced her. "Morgiana," said he, "I gave you your liberty, and then promised you that my gratitude should not stop there, but that I would soon give you higher proofs of its sincerity, which I now do by making you my daughter-in-law." Then addressing himself to his son, he said, "I believe you, son, to be so dutiful a child that you will not refuse Morgiana for your wife. You see that Khaujeh Houssain sought your friendship with a treacherous design to take away my life; and if he had succeeded, there is no doubt but he would have sacrificed you also to his revenge. Consider that by marrying Morgiana, you marry the preserver of my family and your own." The son, far from showing any dislike, readily consented to the marriage, not only because he would not disobey his father, but also because it was agreeable to his inclination. After this, they thought of burying the captain of the robbers with his comrades, and did it so privately, that nobody discovered their bones till many years after, when no one had any concern in the publication of this remarkable history. A few days afterwards, Ali Baba celebrated the nuptials of his son and Morgiana with great solemnity, a sumptuous feast, and the usual dancing and spectacles, and had the satisfaction to see that his friends and neighbours whom he invited had no knowledge of the true motives of the marriage, but that those who were not unacquainted with Morgiana's good qualities commended his generosity and goodness of heart. Ali Baba forbore, after this marriage, from going again to the robber's cave, as he had done from the time he had brought away his brother Cassim's mangled remains, for fear of being surprised. He kept away after the death of the 37 robbers and their captain, supposing the other 2, whom he could get no account of, might be alive. At the year's end, when he found they had not made any attempt to disturb him, he had the curiosity to make another journey, taking the necessary precautions for his safety. He mounted his horse, and when he came to the cave, and saw no footsteps of men or horses, looked upon it as a good sign. He alighted, tied his horse to a tree, then approaching the entrance, and pronouncing the words, "Open, Sesame," the door opened. He entered the cavern, and by the condition he found things in, judged that nobody had been there since the false Khaujeh Houssain, when he had fetched the goods for his shop; that the gang of 40 robbers was completely destroyed, and no longer doubted that he was the only person in the world who had the secret of opening the cave, so that all the treasure was at his sole disposal. Having brought with him a wallet, he put into it as much gold as his horse would carry, and returned to town. Afterwards Ali Baba carried his son to the cave, taught him the secret, which they handed down to their posterity, who, using their good fortune with moderation, lived in great honour and splendour. End of section 31. End of the story of Ali Baba. Section 32 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Henry. Section 32. The Story of Ali Khaujeh, a merchant of Baghdad. In the reign of the Caliph Haroon Rusheed, there lived at Bagdad a merchant whose name was Ali Khaujeh, who was neither one of the richest nor poorest of his line. He was a bachelor, and lived in the house which had been his father's, independent and content with the profit he made by his trade. But happening to dream for 3 successive nights that a venerable old man came to him, and, with a severe look, reprimanded him for not having made a pilgrimage to Mecca, he was much troubled. As a good Mussulman, he knew he was obliged to undertake a pilgrimage, but as he had a house, shop, and goods, he had always believed that they might stand for a sufficient reason to excuse him, endeavouring by his charity and other good works to atone for that neglect. After this dream, however, his conscience was so much pricked that the fear lest any misfortune should befall him made him resolve not to defer it any longer, and to be able to go that year he sold off his household goods, his shop, and with it the greatest part of his merchandise, reserving only some articles which he thought might turn to a better account at Mecca, and meeting with a tenant for his house, let that also. His affairs being thus disposed, he was ready to depart when the Baghdad caravan set out for Mecca. The only thing he had to do was to lodge in some place of security a sum of 1,000 pieces of gold, which would have been troublesome to carry with him, with the money he had set apart to defray his expenses on the road and for other purposes. To this end he made choice of a jar of a suitable size, put the 1,000 pieces of gold into it, and covered them over with olives. When he had closed the mouth of the jar, he carried it to a merchant, a particular friend of his, and said to him, "You know, brother, that in a few days I mean to depart with the caravan on my pilgrimage to Mecca. I beg the favour of you to take charge of a jar of olives, and keep it for me till I return." The merchant promised him he would, and in an obliging manner said, "Here, take the key of my warehouse, and set your jar where you please. I promise you shall find it there when you return." On the day the caravan was to set out, Ali Khaujeh joined it, with a camel loaded with what goods he had thought fit to carry, which also served him to ride on. He arrived safe at Mecca, where he visited, with other pilgrims, the temple so much celebrated and frequented by the faithful of all nations every year, who came from all parts of the world, and observed religiously the ceremonies prescribed them. When he had acquitted himself of the duties of his pilgrimage, he exposed the merchandise he had brought with him for sale or barter, as might be most profitable. 2 merchants passing by, and seeing Ali Khaujeh's goods, thought them so choice that they stopped some time to look at, though they had no occasion for them. And when they had satisfied their curiosity, one of them said to the other as they were going away, "If this merchant knew to what profit these goods would turn at Cairo, he would carry them thither, and not sell them here, though this is a good mart." Ali Khaujeh heard these words, and as he had often heard talk of the beauties of Egypt, he was resolved to take the opportunity of seeing them by performing a journey thither. Therefore, after having packed up his goods again, instead of returning to Baghdad, he set out for Egypt with the caravan of Cairo. When he came thither, he found his account in his journey, and in a few days sold all his goods to a greater advantage than he had hoped for. With the money he bought others, with an intent to go to Damascus, and while he waited for the opportunity of a caravan which was to depart in 6 weeks, visited all the curiosities of Cairo, also the pyramids, and sailing up the Nile, viewed the famous towns on each side of that river. As the Damascus caravan took Jerusalem in their way, our Baghdad merchant had the opportunity of visiting the temple regarded by the Mussulmans to be the most holy after that of Mecca, whence this city takes its name of Biel al-Muqaddus, or Most Sacred Mansion. Ali Khaujeh found Damascus so delicious a place, being environed by verdant meadows, pleasantly watered, and delightful gardens, that it exceeded the descriptions given of it in the journals of travellers. Here he made a long abode, but nevertheless did not forget his native Bagdad, for which place he at length set out, and arrived at Aleppo, where he made some stay, and from thence, after having passed the Euphrates, he bent his course to Mosul, with an intention in his return to come by a shorter way down the Tigris. When Ali Khaujeh came to Mosul, some Persian merchants with whom he had travelled from Aleppo, and with whom he had contracted a great friendship, had obtained so great an influence over him by their civilities and agreeable conversation, that they easily persuaded him not to leave them till he should have visited Shiraz, from whence he might easily return to Bagdad with a considerable profit. They led him through the towns of Sultaniya, Ray, Qom, Kashgan, Ispahan, and from thence to Shiraz, from whence he had the complaisance to bear them company to Hindustan, and then returned with them again to Shiraz, insomuch that, including the stay made in every town, he was 7 years absent from Bagdad, whither he then resolved to return. All this time his friend, with whom he had left his jar of olives, neither thought of him nor them. But at the time when he was on the road with a caravan from Shiraz, one evening, as this merchant was supping with his family, the discourse happened to fall upon olives, and his wife was desirous to eat some, saying she had not tasted any for a long time. "Now you speak of olives," said the merchant, "you put me in mind of a jar which Ali Khaujeh left with me 7 years ago, when he went to Mecca, and put it himself in my warehouse, to be kept for him against he returned. What is become of him I know not, though when the caravan came back, they told me he was gone for Egypt. Certainly he must be dead, since he has not returned in all this time, and we may eat the olives, if they prove good. Give me a plate and a candle, I will go and fetch some of them, and we will taste them." "For God's sake, husband," said the wife, "do not commit so base an action. You know that nothing is more sacred than what is committed to one's care and trust. You say Ali Khaujeh has left Mecca, and is not returned, but you have been told that he is gone into Egypt, and how do you know but that he may be gone farther? As you have no intelligence of his death, he may return tomorrow for anything you can tell, and what a disgrace would it be to you and your family if he should come and you not restore him his jar in the same condition he left it. I declare I have no desire for the olives, and will not taste them, for when I mentioned them it was only by way of conversation. Besides, do you think that they can be good after they have been kept so long? They must be all mouldy and spoiled, and if Ali Khaujeh should return, as I have a strong persuasion he will, and should find they had been opened, what will he think of your honour? I beg of you to let them alone." The wife had not argued so long with her husband, but that she read his obstinacy in his face. In short, he never regarded what she said, but got up, took a candle and a plate, and went into the warehouse. "Well, husband," said the wife again, "remember I have no hand in this business, and that you cannot lay anything to my charge if you should have cause to repent of your conduit." The merchant's ears were deaf to these remonstrances of his wife, and he persisted in his design. When he came into the warehouse, he opened the jar and found the olives mouldy; but to see if they were all so to the bottom, he turned some of them upon the plate, and by shaking the jar, some of the gold tumbled out. At the sight of the gold, the merchant, who was naturally covetous, looked into the jar, perceived that he had shaken out almost all the olives, and what remained was gold coin. He immediately put the olives into the jar again, covered it up, and returned to his wife. "Indeed, wife," said he, "you were in the right to say that the olives were all mouldy, for I found them so, and have made up the jar just as Ali Khaujeh left it, so that he will not perceive that they have been touched if he should return." "You had better have taken my advice," said the wife, "and not have meddled with them. God grant no mischief happens in consequence." The merchant was not more affected with his wife's last words than he had been by her former, but spent almost the whole night in thinking how he might appropriate Ali Khaujeh's gold to his own use, and keep possession of it in case he should return and ask him for the jar. The next morning he went and bought some olives of that year, took out the old with the gold, and filled the jar with the new, covered it up, and put it in the place where Ali Khaujeh had left it. About a month after the merchant had committed this unworthy action, Ali Khaujeh arrived at Bagdad, and as he had let his house, alighted at a khan, choosing to stay there till he had announced his arrival to his tenant, and given him time to provide himself with another residence. The next morning Ali Khaujeh went to pay a visit to the merchant his friend, who received him in the most obliging manner, and expressed great joy at his return after so many years' absence, telling him that he had begun to lose all hopes of ever seeing him again. After the usual compliments on both sides on such a meeting, Ali Khaujeh desired the merchant to return him the jar of olives which he had left with him, and to excuse the liberty he had taken in giving him so much trouble. "My dear friend," replied the merchant, "you are not to blame to make these apologies. Your vessel has been no inconvenience to me. On such an occasion I should have made as free with you. There is the key of my warehouse. Go and fetch your jar. You will find it in the place where you left it." Ali Khaujeh went into the merchant's warehouse, took his jar, and after having returned him the key with thanks for the favour he had done him, returned with it to the khan where he lodged. But on opening the jar, and putting his hand down as low as the pieces of gold had lain, was greatly surprised to find none. At first he thought he might perhaps be mistaken, and to discover the truth, poured out all the olives into his travelling kitchen utensils, but without so much as finding one single piece of money. His astonishment was so great that he stood for some time motionless. Then, lifting up his hands and eyes to heaven, he exclaimed, "Is it possible that a man whom I took for my friend should be guilty of such baseness?" Ali Khaujeh, alarmed at the apprehension of so considerable a loss, returned immediately to the merchant. "My good friend," said he, "be not surprised to see me come back so soon. I own the jar of olives to be the same I placed in your warehouse, but with the olives I put into it 1,000 pieces of gold, which I do not find. Perhaps you might have occasion for them, and have employed them in trade. If so, they are at your service till it may be convenient for you to return them. Only put me out of my pain, and give me an acknowledgment, after which you may pay me at your own convenience." The merchant, who had expected that Ali Khaujeh would come with such a complaint, had meditated an answer. "Friend Ali Khaujeh," said he, "when you brought your jar to me, did I touch it? Did not I give you the key of my warehouse? Did not you carry it there yourself? And did not you find it in the same place, covered in the same manner as when you left it? And if you had put gold in it, you must have found it. You told me it contained olives, and I believed you. This is all I know of the matter. You may disbelieve me if you please, but I never touched them." Ali Khaujeh used all the mild methods he could think of to oblige the merchant to restore his property. "I love peace and quietness," said he to him, "and shall be sorry to come to those extremities which will bring the greatest disgrace upon you. Consider that merchants as we are ought to abandon all interest
to preserve a good reputation. Once again I tell you, I shall be greatly concerned if your obstinacy oblige me to force you to do me justice, for I would rather almost lose what is my right than have recourse to law." "Ali Khaujeh," replied the merchant, "you agree that you left a jar of olives with me, and now you have taken it away, you come and ask me for 1,000 pieces of gold. Did you ever tell me that such a sum was in the jar? I did not even know that they were olives, for you never showed them to me. I wonder you do not ask me for diamonds and pearls instead of gold. Be gone about your business, and do not raise a mob about my warehouse," for some persons had already collected. These words were pronounced in such great heat and passion as not only made those who stood about the warehouse already stay longer and create a greater mob, but the neighbouring merchants came out of their shops to learn what the dispute was between Ali Khaujeh and the merchant, and endeavoured to reconcile them. But when Ali Khaujeh had informed them of his grievance, they asked the merchant what he had to say. The merchant owned that he had kept the jar for Ali Khaujeh in his warehouse, but denied that ever he had meddled with it, swore that he knew it contained olives only because Ali Khaujeh told him so, and requested them all to bear witness of the insult and affront offered him. "You bring it upon yourself," said Ali Khaujeh, taking him by the arm; "but since you use me so basely, I cite you to the law of God. Let us see whether you will have the assurance to say the same thing before the Khaujeh." The merchant could not refuse the summons which every Mussulman is bound to observe, or be declared a rebel against religion, but said, "With all my heart, we shall soon see who is in the wrong." Ali Khaujeh carried the merchant before the magistrate, where he accused him of having by breach of trust defrauded him of 1,000 pieces of gold, which he had left with him. The Khaujeh demanded if he had any witnesses, to which he replied that he had not taken that precaution, because he had believed the person he trusted his money with to be his friend, and always took him for an honest man. The merchant made the same defence he had done before the merchants his neighbours, offering to make oath that he never had the money he was accused of, and that he did not so much as know that there was such a sum, upon which the Khaujeh took his oath and dismissed him acquitted for want of evidence. Ali Khaujeh, extremely mortified to find that he must sit down with so considerable a loss, protested against the sentence, declaring to the Khaujeh that he would appeal to the Caliph, who would do him justice; which protestation the magistrate regarded as the effect of the common resentment of those who lose their cause, and thought he had done his duty in acquitting a person who had been accused without witnesses. While the merchant returned home triumphing over Ali Khaujeh and overjoyed at his good fortune, the latter went and drew up a petition, and the next day, observing the time when the Caliph came from noontide prayers, placed himself in the street he was to pass through, and holding out his hand with the petition, an officer appointed for that purpose, who always goes before the Caliph, came and took it to present it. As Ali Khaujeh knew that it was the Caliph's custom to read the petitions at his return to the palace, he went into the court and waited till the officer who had taken the petition came out of the Caliph's apartment, who told him that the Caliph had appointed an hour to hear him next day, and then asking him where the merchant lived, he sent to notify to him to attend at the same time. The same evening the Caliph, accompanied by the grand vizier Jaaffier and Mesrour, the chief of the eunuchs, went disguised through the town, as it was his custom occasionally to do, when, on passing through a street, the Caliph heard a noise, and, mending his pace, came to a gateway which led into a little court, in which he perceived 10 or 12 children playing by moonlight. The Caliph, who was curious to know at what play the children were engaged, sat down on a stone bench just by, and heard one of the liveliest of the children say, "Let us play at the Khaujeh. I will be the magistrate. Bring Ali Khaujeh and the merchant who cheated him of the 1,000 pieces of gold before me." These words of the child put the Caliph in mind of the petition Ali Khaujeh had given him that day, and made him redouble his attention to see the issue of the trial.
As the affair of Ali Khaujeh and the merchant had made a great noise in Bagdad, it had not escaped the children, who all accepted the proposition with joy, and agreed on the part each was to act. Not one of them refused him who made the proposal to be cauzee; and when he had taken his seat, which he did with all the seeming gravity of a judge, another, as an officer of the court, presented two boys before him, one as Ali Khaujeh, and the other as the merchant against whom he complained. The pretended cauzee, then directing his discourse to the feigned Ali Khaujeh, asked him what he had to lay to that merchant's charge. Ali Khaujeh, after a low obeisance, informed the young cauzee of the fact, related every particular, and afterwards begged that he would use his authority, that he might not lose so considerable a sum of money. The feigned cauzee, turning about to the merchant, then asked him why he did not return the money which Ali Khaujeh demanded of him. The feigned merchant alleged the same reasons as the real merchant had done before the cauzee himself, and offered to confirm by oath that what he had said was truth. "Not so fast," replied the pretended cauzee. "Before you come to your oath, I should be glad to see the jar of olives. Ali Khaujeh," said he, addressing himself to the boy who acted that part, "have you brought the jar?" "No," replied he. "Then go and fetch it immediately," said the other. The pretended Ali Khaujeh went immediately, and returning, feigned to set the jar before the cauzee, telling him that it was the same he had left with the accused person, and received from him again. But to omit no part of the formality, the supposed cauzee asked the merchant if it was the same, and as by his silence he seemed not to deny it, he ordered it to be opened. He that represented Ali Khaujeh seemed to take off the cover, and the pretended cauzee made as if he looked into it. "They are fine olives," said he, "let me taste them;" and then pretending to eat some, added, "They are excellent, but," continued he, "I cannot think that olives will keep 7 years and be so good, therefore send for some olive merchants, and let me hear what is their opinion." 2 boys as olive merchants then presented themselves. "Are you olive merchants?" said the sham cauzee. "Tell me how long olives will keep fit to eat." "Sir," replied the 2 merchants, "let us take what care we can, they will hardly be worth anything the 3rd year, for then they have neither taste nor colour." "If it be so," answered the cauzee, "look into that jar, and tell me how long it is since those olives were put into it." The 2 merchants pretended to examine and to taste the olives, and told the cauzee they were new and good. "You are mistaken," said the young cauzee. "Ali Khaujeh says he put them into the jar 7 years ago." "Sir," replied the merchants, "we can assure you they are of this year's growth, and we will maintain there is not a merchant in Bagdad but will say the same." The feigned merchant who was accused would have objected against the evidence of the olive merchants, but the pretended cauzee would not suffer him. "Hold your tongue," said he, "you are a rogue, let him be impaled." The children then concluded their play, clapping their hands with great joy, and seizing the feigned criminal to carry him to execution. Words cannot express how much the Caliph Haroon Rusheed admired the sagacity and sense of the boy who had passed so just a sentence, in an affair which was to be pleaded before himself the next day. He withdrew, and rising off the bench, asked the grand vizier, who heard all that had passed, what he thought of it. "Indeed, commander of the true believers," answered the grand vizier Jaaffier, "I am surprised to find so much sagacity in one so young." "But," answered the caliph, "do you know one thing? I am to pronounce sentence in this very cause to morrow. The true Ali Khaujeh presented his petition to me today, and do you think," continued he, "that I can give a better sentence?" "I think not," answered the vizier, "if the case is as the children presented it." "Take notice then of this house," said the caliph, "and bring the boy to me to morrow, that he may try this cause in my presence, and also order the cauzee, who acquitted the merchant, to attend, to learn his duty from a child. Take care likewise to bid Ali Khaujeh bring his jar of olives with him, and let 2 olive merchants attend." After this charge he pursued his rounds, without meeting with anything worth his attention. The next day the vizier went to the house where the caliph had been a witness of the children's play, and asked for the master; but he being abroad, his wife appeared thickly veiled. He asked her if she had any children, to which she answered she had 3, and called them. "My brave boys," said the vizier, "which of you was the cauzee when you played together last night?" The eldest made answer it was he, but not knowing why he asked the question, coloured. "Come along with me, my lad," said the grand vizier, "the commander of the faithful wants to see you." The mother was alarmed when she saw the grand vizier would take her son with him, and asked upon what account the caliph wanted him. The grand vizier encouraged her, and promised that he should return again in less than an hour's time, when she would know it from himself. "If it be so, sir," said the mother, "give me leave to dress him first, that he may be fit to appear before the commander of the faithful," which the vizier readily complied with. As soon as the child was dressed, the vizier carried him away and presented him to the caliph, at the time he had appointed to hear Ali Khaujeh and the merchant. The caliph, who saw that the boy was much abashed, in order to encourage him, said, "Come to me, child, and tell me if it was you that determined the affair between Ali Khaujeh and the merchant who had cheated him of his money. I saw and heard the decision, and am very well pleased with you." The boy answered modestly that it was he. "Well, my son," replied the caliph, "come and sit down by me, and you shall see the true Ali Khaujeh and the true merchant." The caliph then took him by the hand, seated him on the throne by him, and asked for the 2 parties. When they were introduced, they prostrated themselves before the throne, bowing their heads quite down to the carpet that covered it. Afterwards the caliph said to them, "Plead each of you your causes before this child, who will hear and do you justice, and if he should be at a loss, I will assist him." Ali Khaujeh and the merchant pleaded one after the other, but when the merchant proposed his oath as before, the child said, "It is too soon. It is proper that we should see the jar of olives." At these words Ali Khaujeh presented the jar, placed it at the caliph's feet, and opened it. The caliph looked at the olives, took one, and tasted it, giving another to the boy. Afterwards the merchants were called, who examined the olives, and reported that they were good, and of that year. The boy told them that Ali Khaujeh affirmed that it was 7 years since he had put them up, when they returned the same answer as the children who had represented them the night before. Though the wretch who was accused saw plainly that these merchants' opinion must convict him, yet he would say something in his own justification. But the child, instead of ordering him to be impaled, looked at the caliph and said, "Commander of the faithful, this is no jesting matter. It is your majesty that must condemn him to death, and not I, though I did it yesterday in play." The caliph, fully satisfied of the merchant's villainy, delivered him into the hands of the ministers of justice to be impaled. The sentence was executed upon him, after he had confessed where he had concealed the 1,000 pieces of gold, which were restored to Ali Khaujeh. The monarch, most just and equitable, then turning to the cauzee, bade him learn of that child to acquit himself more exactly of his duty, and embracing the boy, sent him home with a purse of 100 pieces of gold, as a token of his liberality and admiration of his acuteness. End of Section 32. End of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott.